Noble Wife Wants No Love Chapter 78 to Chapter 92. Chapter 78. The Jiang family's funeral was held 2 days later. Old Mr. Yi personally went to offer his condolences. This also meant that the Yi and Jiang families, which had been at odds with each other for more than 10 years, had finally broken the ice. Susani saw Jiang Yan following behind Jiang Huai throughout the funeral. Jiang Huai solemnly received the guests and introduced Jiang Yan to the outsiders. The dead are gone, and the living are still here. The days continued in an orderly manner. Although Jiangqing had unfortunately passed away, the cooperation with the Jiang family was imminent. The entire Yi clan was extremely busy with the collaboration with the Jiangs. Jiang Huai was no exception. On the second day after Jiangqing's funeral, he came to the Yi clan in person to discuss the collaboration. His conditions were the same as what they had discussed in Jiangqing. He did not change a single word and asked Yi Yang about his conditions. To be honest, if Jiangqing was dead, then whether or not what he said was true would be up to Yi Yang. However, Yi Yang did not take advantage of the situation. Instead, he replied with the words, "Happy cooperation." In the Yi clan headquarters building, outside Yi Yang's office, Zhao Bin delivered a document to Yi Yang's office. "President Yi, the vice president asked me to come over and sign this document for you." Yi Yang carefully read the document and signed his name at the end. Zhao Bin bowed and put away the documents, but the moment he turned around, he was stopped by Yi Yang. "Wait. President Yi, is there anything else?" Yi Yang frowned and thought for a while, as if he was considering something very important. Zhao Bin was familiar with this expression. He guessed that there was something important to ask him or tell him. Instantly, he raised his eyebrows and became serious. After a long while, Yi Yang finally said, "What kind of surprises do women like?" The impact of this sentence on Zhao Bin was no less than that of a vicious criminal pointing a gun at you and asking if you have candy. What kind of surprises do women like? Although he was shocked, he still had to reply to the boss. He thought about it seriously for a while and remembered that his girlfriend was very happy when he gave her flowers. However, if it was Mrs. Yi, the flowers probably wouldn't be enough. She should like flowers and jewelry, right? It was a question to give himself some leeway. Yi Yang nodded. "All right, I got it. Get this document to the vice president first." "All right." When the door closed, Yi Yang put down his pen and recalled what Zhao Bin had said. Flowers? Jewelry? Based on Susani's behavior at the auction house, it was true that she liked jewelry. There was no woman who wouldn't like roses. He understood. Susani was also very busy recently. She was busy talking about scripts and endorsements, but Anya had been on leave for more than 2 days. She didn't know what she was busy with. Someone at the front desk delivered another bouquet of roses. This time, it was a big deal. There were 999 roses. A few young ladies gathered together to discuss. "What's the matter?" Sini Jia. And Yijia previously said that she would throw away all the roses that were sent here. However, we feel that it would be a pity to throw away so many roses. Susani glanced at it. It was probably sent by Luo Jia again. Not to mention Luo Jia's character, just the fact that he sent her flowers every day surprised Susani. After all, Yi Yang, that bastard, had never sent her a single flower. "Anya is not here. You can keep them if you like." "All right." Susani walked to her office. That bastard didn't know how to be romantic, she would buy them herself later. At around 4 in the afternoon, Anya called her and asked her to accompany her for a drink. Anya's tone over the phone sounded sad and choked with sobs. She seemed to be troubled by love. How could she be hurt by a man while playing games? Susani stepped on the accelerator and immediately arrived at the nightclub where Anya was. In the private room, Anya was accompanied by 2 young hunks. One was singing with her and the other was drinking with her. The private room was filled with loud singing and the lights were dim. It was simply a drunken stupor. "What's the matter?" Susani frowned and looked at her. Anya waved at Susani when she saw her. After the young hunks beside her left, Susani sat down beside her. "You're not going to work for the past 2 days and you've been drinking here? Why are you drinking so much?" Susani looked at the bottles in front of her and frowned. "Are you heartbroken?" Heartbroken? I'd rather be heartbroken. Anya gritted her teeth and opened a bottle of wine. She tilted her head back and gulped the wine down. Don't drink first. Tell me what happened. Anya slammed the wine bottle on the table in front of her. The day before yesterday, I was drinking at the bar and met Luo Jia at the booth next door. Anya was full of resentment when she said this. She wanted to bite that bastard to death and wanted to get more wine. Wait. Susani stopped her hand. What happened after that? What happened? After that. I slept with him. This turn of events was too sudden. Susani couldn't accept it at that moment. She widened her eyes and asked in disbelief. What? What did you say? He forced himself on you? Anya shook her head in pain. I forced myself on him. This turn of events was even more hurried. I've seen the surveillance footage of the hotel and the car recorder. I forced myself on him. Susani wanted to say something but stopped. Anya turned to look at Susani with an I'm dirty, I'm finished expression. Sunny, can you imagine? I was so hungry that I couldn't be picky and slept with that bastard. Susani had an I really don't know what to say expression. Anya, although it seems that you forced yourself on Luo Jia, as a man, it's too obvious that he wanted to take you away from the hotel when you were drunk. You might have been tricked by him on purpose. The fault of heaven and earth, the sisters are innocent. Anya understood deeply. Yes. You're right. It's all Luo Jia's fault. Her phone vibrated. It seemed that she had received a message. Susani glanced at it. It was a message from Yang. He asked her where she was and if she could come back early. Anya glanced at the message. Are sisters more important or men more important? Susani said without hesitation, sisters are more important. Then don't leave tonight. Stay here with me. Okay. Susani replied to Yang. She had something to do today and she wasn't sure when she could go back. She told him to rest early. Yipin Lanting had the best view in City A. The roof of the building was facing the river. The space of a few hundred square meters was designed as a glass room. There was a special theme restaurant and a 360-degree view. No matter where you looked, you could have a panoramic view of City A. Such a place was only for Yipin Lanting's customers. A few violinists were waiting. Yang sat quietly at the table, waiting for Susani to come back. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Yang looked at the time on his wristwatch. He didn't look anxious at all. A staff member came up to him carefully and asked, Mr. E, the chef said that the seafood will be stale after a while. Then change it to steak. Okay. The staff member left. Yang picked up his phone and clicked on the chat box with Susani. The last sentence was still his own message. Susani didn't reply to his message in 3 hours. He hadn't waited for so long for many years. No one dared to make him wait for so long. Wait a little longer. She should be on the way. In the private room of the nightclub, Susani was so dazzled by Anya that he couldn't bear to look at her. Beautyin, how long are you going to drink? Susani didn't feel at ease leaving Anya with the men around Anya. She sent Anya home personally. The drunkard was so drunk that she cried and vomited. Susani had no choice but to stay at an aunt's house to take care of her and sleep next to her for the night. At 8 o'clock in the morning, one of Anya's assistants came over. Susani left tiredly and drove back to Yipin Lanting to catch up on some sleep. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw the staff of Yipin Lanting, who was waiting for her in the lobby downstairs, walking over quickly. Mrs. E, what took you so long? I had something to do last night. What's wrong? Something to do? Didn't you tell Mr. E? He was also one of the people who accompanied Yang until late at night. It didn't matter if they waited until late at night, but Mr. E waited until late at night. He must have something in mind. As an ordinary staff member, he could do a favor to Mrs. E at this time and show his face in front of Mrs. E. It might be beneficial in the future. Last night, Mr. E waited for you until 2 o'clock in the morning. He should still be upstairs now. Susani was slightly stunned. She was obviously confused. Waiting for me? 2 o'clock in the morning? She suddenly had an idea. She slapped her forehead and suddenly remembered Yang's WeChat message yesterday, asking her to come back early. However, she said that she had something to do and that she wasn't sure when she would be back. She told him not to wait. Thinking of this, she took out her phone, opened WeChat, and checked the chat history with Yang. The last message was sent by Yang at 8 o'clock last night. It's okay. You do your own thing first. I'll wait for you. Last night, Anya was very crazy and almost tortured her to death. She didn't notice this WeChat message. Yes. Yesterday, Mr. E personally arranged for the whole day and waited for you to come back. However, he didn't see you until 2 o'clock in the morning, so he left. Susani thought for a while and said with a smile, okay, I know. Thank you. You're welcome. Susani quickly went upstairs. Waiting for me? Personally arranged? Was it an important day yesterday? She took out her phone and took a look. She immediately gasped. It was the 27th, their wedding anniversary. Susani slapped her forehead. A few days ago, she was still showing off in front of Yang, saying that he didn't even remember their wedding anniversary. Only a few days had passed, and she was the one who didn't remember. Yesterday was their wedding anniversary. Why did he say that he would wait for her at home? Did he have to be so reserved for an anniversary? Couldn't he just say that today was their wedding anniversary and that he prepared a surprise for her and asked her to come home early? If Yang really said that, would she have to stay away for the whole night? The elevator door opened. Susani walked out of the elevator slowly. She felt a little guilty about missing the appointment for no reason last night. She was in the right. How could she be strong if she wasn't in the right? If it was Yang who had forgotten their wedding anniversary, she would still be able to settle the score with him righteously. If Yang wanted to settle the score with her righteously later, how could she explain it? Sorry, I didn't see your message last night, so, doesn't that mean that I forgot about our wedding anniversary? No. I can't let him catch me forgetting our wedding anniversary. Hubby, you don't know. Anya cried so pitifully yesterday. I really couldn't leave and made you wait for the whole night. I'm really sorry. Susani thought for a moment. Won't that add fuel to the fire? Yang might fly into a rage out of humiliation. What if he's petty? This won't do, that won't do. How can I explain it? Susani paced back and forth outside the door. At the entrance, Yang, who was about to leave, let go of the door handle and stopped to listen quietly. Yang shouldn't be so petty. Right? We have our wedding anniversary every year, and we haven't celebrated it in the past. Why is he being so pretentious this year? Thinking of this, Susani gritted her teeth. That's right. Yang should take a look at himself. He was absent every year in the past and didn't even ask about it. I'm only absent this time. What right does he have to criticize me? If he really wants to argue with me and say that I'm in the wrong, fine, then we'll get a divorce. Susani thought fiercely. She opened the door. Yang was standing behind the door. He was only a door away from Susani. Sight was more sensitive than smell. The second after Susani saw Yang, she smelled the fragrance of roses. Out of the corner of his eye, his vision was filled with red. She looked into the house. The whole house was piled with roses. For a moment, Susani wondered if she had entered the wrong house. But looking at the wedding photo of her and Yang on the wall, she was sure that she had entered the wrong house. Susani remembered that the staff downstairs said that Yang had arranged everything and waited for her until 2 in the morning to give her a surprise. Is this the surprise Yang prepared for me yesterday? The strong fragrance of the flowers kept invading her nose. Every rose was budding or in full bloom. It was as if she was in a sea of flowers. She stood there blankly and helplessly, feeling her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't know which rose to look at. She must have been too anxious on the way home just now. Otherwise, why would her heart be beating so fast? I thought it was something else. So old-fashioned. She turned to look at Yang. I was really delayed by something last night. I forgot to tell you. I'm sorry to have made you wait for so long. Susani reached into Yang's pocket and took out his phone. She tapped on the screen and looked up to ask him, "Are you going to work now?" "Yes." Yang looked at her without blinking. "But today is our wedding anniversary." She put the phone screen in front of Yang. Yang looked at the time that Susani had changed to yesterday. "Where are you going?" Susani asked him. Yang chuckled. "Today is our wedding anniversary. Where else can I go?" Susani stuffed the phone back into Yang's hand. She turned and walked along the rose aisle that was only wide enough for one person to pass. A few roses swayed with every step. She was caught off guard and was hugged tightly from behind by Yang. His warm breath fell on her ear. "I'm sorry," Yang whispered in her ear. "I made you wait for so long in the past. It's my fault. Please forgive me. Come on, come on. I can't sleep at night. I'm confused during the day. I can't sleep at night. It's too hard for me." Chapter 79. Yang's gentleness caught Susani off guard. Yang's warm breath brushed against her ear, and his low voice was full of tenderness. Susani's heart was suddenly affected by Yang's words, and she trembled slightly. In her memory, Yang had never been so gentle. Most of the time, he was concise and didn't talk much. Romance was even more neglected. A man who didn't talk much and didn't know how to be romantic had filled his house with roses today and waited patiently for her until 2 o'clock in the morning just to give her a wedding anniversary surprise. He had put down his pride as a man, admitted that he was wrong, and begged for forgiveness. At that moment, all the grievances he had suffered in the past seemed to have been compensated a little. That winter, the bone-chilling cold wind by the river gave him a bit of warmth. "What did you say?" "I said, what happened in the past was my fault. I apologize for my attitude and words to you. Please forgive me." Although Susani's back was facing Yang and she couldn't see Yang's expression and eyes, she could feel from his tone that he was serious when he said those words. He wasn't just saying it casually. She bit her lower lip. She knew that she shouldn't bring up the past, but she still brought up the past. "When I first married you, you ignored me, and Mom didn't like me either. That time, you brought me back to see Grandpa during the New Year, and on the way back, you asked me to get off the car and go home by myself. I was so angry that I cried." After saying that, she fell silent for a moment and took a deep breath. Her eyes were slightly red. "But you don't have to apologize. What happened in the past wasn't your fault. At that time, I didn't like you, and you didn't like me. We didn't owe each other anything." "No, it's necessary." Yang said, "I've been cold to my wife for 2 years, and I've never calmed down to talk to you seriously and get along well with you. I've never cared about you or asked about your life and work. I made you sad and feel wronged because I wasn't a good husband. If you're willing to forgive me, I'll fulfill the duties and obligations of a husband in the future. I'll take good care of you, care for you, and love you. I won't let you suffer any grievances. Will you give me another chance?" The color of Susani's eyes deepened. It had been a long time since a man said such sweet words to her, giving her such romance and gentleness. She really couldn't resist such gentleness. "Then, can you tell me why you like me?" "Because you're the one who let me know that I can't easily believe what I hear and see. Some people need to calm down and get along well with each other in order to know the whole picture. Could it be that Yang found out about me after we got together?" "That's quite possible," Susani thought. "It's written like this in novels. When a woman does something abnormal, the boss will have an expression that says, 'Woman, you've successfully attracted my attention.' It makes sense." Yang chuckled softly. Susani had the illusion that he had heard everything in her heart. She flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "What are you laughing at? I'm still considering whether to forgive you or not." Yang went along with her words and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to consider." "Then, are you willing to give me a chance to forgive me?" Susani felt as if there were 2 little people whispering into her ear. The fair-faced Susani persuaded her. "Look at what Yang has said, what are you still thinking about? Hurry up and say yes to him." "Boo-hoo, I'm so touched." But the black-faced Susani retorted. "What you can't get is the best. No one will cherish what you get easily. At this time, you have to be reserved. You can't forgive him so easily. The fair-faced Susani tried to move her emotionally and logically. But look at the surprise that Yang meticulously prepared for you. He waited for you until 2 in the morning. Don't you see his sincerity? The black-faced Susani continued to refute. Men all know how to sweet-talk. Yang is so rich and powerful. These roses are just a matter of moving his fingers. Susani, calm down. Stay clear-headed and don't fall too deep. The fair-faced Susani continued to persuade her. But when did Yang take the trouble to do these things? He has already apologized and promised to dote on you, love you, and protect you in the future. Aren't you touched? The black-faced Susani snorted coldly. Ha, men are all pigs. Who doesn't know how to say beautiful words? Didn't you always say, hubby, I love you, in the past? The fair-faced Susani gradually weakened. Susani turned around and looked straight at him. She wanted to know Yang's expression and gaze. Although what you said is very touching, if I say that I can't forgive you for the time being, it's okay. In the future, you will know that my words are not just empty words. Face to face, Susani saw her reflection in Yang's eyes. There was only her. It wasn't until she saw the stunned expression in Yang's eyes that she realized that she was in a daze. Yang took advantage of the moment and kissed her on the lips. It was an extremely gentle kiss. Susani's little heart couldn't stop thumping wildly in her chest. She carefully held her breath. The next moment, Yang covered her eyes. In the darkness, her sense of touch was magnified. She tasted Yang's gentleness and the trembling of his hand covering her eyes. Yang was nervous. Realizing this, Susani's heart thumped even faster. He started to be nervous, cautious, and careful. This meant that this man had fallen into the hands of this woman. The kiss that wasn't deep was quickly separated. Yang controlled his breathing to be very shallow. However, his heart was beating very fast as he observed Susani's reaction. However, Susani was only stunned for a moment. Then, she stared at him and didn't say anything. She tiptoed and bumped into Yang and kissed him forcefully. The impact was so great that Yang instinctively took a step back. However, he caught sight of the roses in the room from the corner of his eyes. Remembering that he couldn't step on the roses that he had given to Sini, he dodged. However, he lost his balance and fell down. Most of the roses were crushed. Susani supported herself on Yang's body. She got up and asked him anxiously, "Are you okay?" The roses had thorns. It was no joke. "I'm fine. I got someone to cut off all the thorns." Susani looked at the stems of the roses. Indeed, there were no thorns. "These flowers won't hurt you." Susani blinked. Just as she was about to say something, Yang's phone rang. It was a call from the chauffeur who was waiting for him downstairs. Yang picked up. Susani said loudly into his phone, "Today is our wedding anniversary. He won't be going to the office." She met Yang's eyes. Yang laughed softly and said into the phone, "Yes, he won't be going to the office today." After that, he hung up the phone. "Today, you said that you would fulfill the duties and obligations of a husband in the future. Take good care of me, care for me, love me, and won't let me suffer any grievances. Today, I'll believe you for the time being and observe the future. If you can't do it," Yang said on her behalf, "divorce me." Susani choked for a moment and nodded. "Yes. Let's see how you perform." "Okay, let's see how it goes." After being touched, Susani couldn't help but feel uncomfortable with Yang's gentleness today. She wondered if she was dreaming. Were all cold and aloof men so lovey-dovey when they started to have someone they liked? Susani's heart thumped. She felt that it wasn't good for her to show off in front of Yang. However, the corners of her mouth that she tried her best to keep calm still revealed a little joy. "I asked you to get a divorce back then, but you didn't. Now, you're out of luck, aren't you? With a troublemaker like me, you'll be in trouble in the future." Susani thought self-consciously. On the day of their wedding anniversary, Susani received a house full of roses. On the observation deck on the top floor of Ipin Lan Ting, Susani drank a diamond ring in the red wine she was drinking. It was a one-of-a-kind wedding ring that Yang had customized for the two of them. Melodious violin music sounded. Under the sunset, Yang knelt on one knee and put the new ring on her. Susini? Susini, Susini. Susini suddenly came back to her senses. Anya looked at her in disbelief and pain. You've been looking at the ring on your hand for the whole day. Why, are you showing off in front of me? I just had such a thing happen to me, and you're trying to provoke me. Didn't you say that sisters are the most important? Be a human, Susini. Susini coughed and put her hand down. What did you say just now? I didn't hear you clearly. You didn't hear me clearly? You didn't hear me at all, did you? Susini picked up the glass of water beside her to hide her embarrassment. She said generously, look at what you're saying. I trust you. You can do whatever you want with the studio and the artists. You don't have to ask for my opinion. I trust you. Anya sneered. Fine, I'll reject Su Dao for you. You don't have to film that movie. Susini stopped her and laughed. Don't. Su Dao has been filming for a long time. Anya calmed down and sighed. I won't be going with you this time. Bring a few more assistants with you. Call me if anything happens. Why? Why don't you go? Anya looked at her in disbelief. You're playing the female lead and Han Xiao is playing the male lead. Luo Jia will definitely be there too. Luo Jia and I don't want to see him. Susini, what else do you have in your mind other than Yang? Oh, right. Don't worry. When I see Luo Jia, I'll give him a good beating. I'll help you vent your anger. Anya said weakly, thank you, but you don't have to help me. You should think of Yang first. I'm afraid that you'll lose your mind and think of Yang. People will think of you as an idiot. Her assistant knocked on the door. Sini Jia, there's a bouquet at the front desk. Before her assistant could finish speaking, Anya said angrily, throw it away. Her assistant was shocked. She nodded and left the room. She threw the bouquet of roses into the bin right under the eyes of the person who delivered the flowers. In Yi Yang's office in the Yi Clan building. After the assistant reported the bouquet, she stood there with a troubled expression. President Yi, there's something I don't know if I should say. What is it? Speak. When I delivered the flowers to Mrs. Yi today, the front desk threw them directly into the bin. I asked her about it and she said it was Mrs. Yi's orders. Yi Yang was slightly stunned. She threw them away? The assistant braced herself and nodded. Yes, and the front desk said that she threw away all the flowers that were delivered during this period. Yi Yang frowned. She threw away all the flowers that had been delivered for the past few days. Sini was not happy with him, otherwise, why would she throw the flowers away? Did he do something wrong? Did he? No, right? Come, let's congratulate Mr. Yi for successfully falling into the hands of Sini. Degree? Chapter 80. Yi Yang wondered what he had done to offend Susini, so she asked Susini to throw the roses he had sent to her into the trash can, but he also guessed that Susini had something against him. As Yi Yang's first assistant, Zhao Bin understood that he had the responsibility to share his boss's worries and solve his difficulties. However, as an assistant, it was inappropriate for him to speak rashly about the relationship between the husband and wife. If he guessed wrongly or said something wrong, he would lose his job as an assistant. After thinking for a while, Zhao Bin said tentatively, President Yi, if there's nothing going on today, I'd like to get off work an hour early. In order to prevent the boss from interrupting him and telling him to get out, Zhao Bin spoke quickly, not giving Yi Yang a chance to speak. It's like this. Yesterday, I made my girlfriend angry, so I want to buy her some gifts after work. Yi Yang looked at him and gestured for him to continue. Zhao Bin smiled. Women need to be coaxed when they're angry. If you really make her angry, you should give her some gifts and apologize. But if you don't deal with it, it's easy to cause a big conflict. His words sounded reasonable. Then how do you know why your girlfriend is angry? President Yi didn't know why Mrs. Yi was angry. Zhao Bin thought about it carefully and said, husband and wife. In the process of getting along with each other, the most important thing is not why she is angry. Although I don't know why she is angry, I have to let her calm down as soon as possible. After she calms down, I will have a good talk with her. And ask her why. Ask? Of course, the most important thing between a boyfriend and girlfriend is to be honest. It's better to ask directly than to keep guessing. Yang felt that it made sense and nodded. Okay, you can get off work an hour earlier to buy a present for your girlfriend. Thank you, President E. It was not important to get off work an hour earlier. What was important was to solve another problem for the boss. This was what a CEO's assistant should do. Outside the office, Zhao Bin thought, feeling refreshed. In the evening, Yang returned to the old house with a gift. Old Mystery saw her and asked casually, "What are you carrying?" Yang didn't mince his words. "It's a gift for Cindy." Old Mystery and Lady E looked up at him at the same time and asked in unison, "A gift?" This was really strange. Is the sun rising in the west? His foolish grandson/son actually took the initiative to prepare a gift, they both thought at the same time. Perhaps it was because the two's playful gazes were too obvious, Yang felt unnatural. "I'll go up first." Go, go. Yang had just turned around when he heard the old man and Lady Yi's laughter. Before he even took a step, the discussion had already begun. This child is finally enlightened. That's right. The two of them have a good relationship now. Dad, I think your wish of having a great-grandchild will come true soon. Then shouldn't we prepare early? There are many things that a pregnant woman and a child should pay attention to. When the time comes, it'll be a mess. Yes, yes, yes. This kind of thing should be considered early and prepared early. Seeing the two of them discuss Susani's pregnancy, the birth of the child, and then the child's primary school, middle school, high school, university, and overseas studies, Yang held back for a while. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he just opened his mouth and didn't say anything. He went upstairs and entered the room. In the room, Susani was wearing a mask and reading a script. When she saw Yang return, she said vaguely, "You're back?" "Yes." Yang placed the gift on the table in front of Susani, where she could see it if she looked up. However, it was obvious that Susani was focused on the script in her hand. She flipped through it page after page. She didn't even know how many pages she had flipped through, but he didn't see her put the script down. Yang frowned slightly. Her attitude was cold. She hadn't smiled at him once since she entered the room. She didn't even say a word. It seemed that she was really angry. After thinking about it again and again, Yang decided to give the gift first. "It's for you." Susani, who was immersed in the script, looked at him blankly. "What is it?" "A gift." "A gift?" Susani put down the script and curiously opened the gift Yang gave her. It was an exquisite jewelry box. Judging from the shape, it should be a necklace. When she opened it, it was as she guessed. It was indeed a top-notch necklace. Susani had seen it before. It cost more than $1 million. "Why did you suddenly give me a necklace? Is today an important day?" Susani, who had previously forgotten their wedding anniversary, still had a lingering fear. He was startled and his mind quickly ran through the dates related to her and Yang. However, after thinking about it, she couldn't remember what important day it was. "If today isn't an important day, why did you give me such an expensive gift?" After listening for a while, Yang didn't hear the reason why Susani was angry, so he decided to ask directly. "You're not angry anymore?" Susani was still confused. "Angry? Why would I be angry?" "Since you're not angry, why did you throw away the roses I gave you?" "You gave them to me? Roses?" Susani was at a loss for a moment. For a few seconds, she couldn't understand what Yang meant. After a while, she suddenly remembered the roses that were thrown into the trash can at the front desk of the company. "But those roses weren't Luo Jie's. Wait, Yang said that he gave them to me." "Those roses were from him? You mean, the roses that were sent to my studio were from you?" Yang nodded. 999 roses? Yang nodded again. Susani suddenly stood up, slammed the table, and shook off the mask on her face. She looked at Yang with a pained expression. Yang looked at her calmly. Susani immediately sobered up. "No, I can't let men think that I value him too much. If I get so agitated just because of some roses, I'll be completely taken advantage of by him in the future." Susani said nonchalantly, "So those roses were from you?" Why didn't you tell me in advance? I put a card in the roses. I didn't notice. I thought it was from one of my crazy suitors. Mention your suitors at any time and let men feel a sense of crisis. Only then will they know how precious I am. Yang raised his eyebrows. Suitors? Susani put on an act. Of course. I'm a celebrity and I'm so pretty. Of course, there will be some wild bees and butterflies chasing after me. She thought for a while and added seriously, every day. Yang did not change his expression. Then I'm really the luckiest man in the world. Susani nodded. So if you send flowers again, you can ask the sender to tell the front desk that it's for me. I'll tell the front desk to put it in my office in the future. Okay, I'll remember. After solving a difficult problem, Yang successfully relieved himself of the burden in his heart. Sorry, the updates have not been very stable recently. In fact, every time he asked for leave, he forced himself to do so. The reason why he asked for leave late every time was because he wanted to sit in front of the computer and try to write the updates. However, his body had a lot of problems. Smiley face, angle, insomnia has been a problem for more than a year. Basically, I can fall asleep in about 2 hours every night. But recently, I've had insomnia 3 times throughout the night. For the other few days, I only fell asleep after 4 o'clock. My body couldn't take it and my mind was groggy, so I decided to go to the hospital. I'm really sorry for not updating. I also feel guilty. I saw that many people in the comment section read novels at 2 or 3 in the morning. If it weren't for the time difference, there's really no need to stay up so late. The last point is something I've always wanted to say. The most important thing when reading novels is to be happy. If my novels make you feel unhappy, then don't read them. Nothing is more important than your happiness. Pen lead, thank you for your concern and tolerance. Love you all, I hope I can sleep well tonight. After telling Yang that night, Susani's office would receive dewy and budding roses every day. After a few consecutive days, the number of roses in Susani's office increased catastrophically. Gradually, there was no room for more, and the whole studio was filled with the fragrance of roses. Smelling the fragrance of roses in the office, Anya's resentment towards Susani deepens. Evil capitalism. Even the roses sent by her are giving off a sour smell that makes one's rationality uncomfortable. That's jealousy. Jealous? Anya took out her phone and scrolled through the WeChat messages of 100 young hunks. Come on, tell me, why am I jealous of you? Jealous that you hung yourself on a tree? Alright, I won't argue with you. She returned to the topic at hand. What's up with Xianxia recently? What? He didn't contact you? No, he hasn't contacted me since his father passed away. He should have contacted you. Susani sighed. His father's death must have been a huge blow to him. I've given him a few days off. Let's push back all his work for now. I've already rejected it. That's fine. Speaking of Xianxia, Susani couldn't help but add, there's something about Xianxia. Listen to it and tell me what you think. What is it? I want Xianxia to study abroad. Go abroad? Further studies? Susani nodded. Tutoring doesn't suit him. Moreover, he has been busy with work recently, so it's slow to take effect. I think he should go abroad to further his studies while he's still young. I'm worried about his future if he becomes famous at such a young age without any foundation. It wasn't as if there weren't such people in the entertainment industry. She was popular at a young age, but there were many stars in the entertainment industry who could sing and dance. If she really wanted to gain a foothold, she was afraid that this was not enough. Being eliminated was only a matter of time. You're right, but this kind of thing has to be decided by Xianxia himself. How about this? I'll find time to talk to him and ask for his opinion. We'll follow his opinion. Susani nodded. Then I'll leave this matter to you. There's one more thing. Su Dao's movie is about to start filming. Get ready. Turn on? Anya teased her, why? You can't bear to part with that husband of yours that you're dead set on? Susani rolled her eyes at her. You don't know what's good for you, she thought. It's not that I can't bear to. It's just that it's a little sudden. By the way, how have things been between you and your boyfriend recently? Which one are you asking? I'll ask you which one you are now. I don't have a boyfriend now. No boyfriend? Anya replied concisely, we broke up. Then Luo Jia, dead. Susani clapped her hands and cheered, well done. Anya looked at her. Can't you stop talking about this jerk? I don't want to talk about him either. But when I work with Han Xiao in the future, I'll definitely have to deal with this jerk. I have to ask for your opinion on how to deal with him. As your manager, my opinion is that if you can castrate him, then castrate him. If you can't castrate him, then cripple him. Anyway, don't let me see him again. Otherwise, I'll beat him to death every time I see him. Someone knocked on the office door. Anya Jia, someone's looking for you outside. Looking for me? Who is it? He said his name is Luo Jia. Luo Jia, Susani and Anya looked at each other. Anya got up and looked around Susani's office. She seemed to be looking for something. Anya, what are you looking for? Anya didn't say anything. She picked up a guitar from the corner of Susani's office and walked out. Susani couldn't sit still. She immediately stood up to stop her. She was afraid that she would do something impulsive and kill Luo Jia. Anya, calm down. Murder is against the law. It's not worth sacrificing your life for this jerk. I don't kill people. Anya was very calm. I'll just cripple his 3 legs and this matter will be over. That won't do. It's not worth sacrificing yourself for this jerk. Listen to me, listen to me. Don't be rash. Susani, let me go if you treat me as a friend. Of course you're my friend. But as a friend, how can I watch you torture yourself? Let's talk nicely. Don't fight, okay? Anya saw Susani hugging her waist tightly. She looked like she wouldn't let go of her if she didn't agree. Okay. Susani let go. That's right. We're all civilized people. Let's not fight if we can quarrel. 5 minutes later, the two of them stood at the door of the lounge. Anya was carrying a guitar in her hand and Susani was holding a baseball bat in her hand. Although they didn't fight, they couldn't lose in terms of momentum. They had to show Luo Jia who was the jerk. Anya pushed the door open. In the lounge, Luo Jia was anxiously pacing back and forth in the room. When he heard the door open, he looked at the door happily. Anya, you're here? You're finally willing to see me. I'm here today to explain to you. That night, Luo Jia's eyes were glued to Anya as he walked. But when his eyes fell on the guitar on Anya's shoulder and the baseball bat in Susani's hand, time seemed to stop. He looked at the two of them warily. I can explain this matter. We're both people of status. It's not good to fight. Anya looked at him gloomily. The two of them walked in together. The door of the lounge was closed and locked. Luo Jia swallowed his saliva and began to feel a little regretful for his reckless actions today. As the two of them approached, Luo Jia gradually retreated until his heels were pressed against the wall. He panicked and tried to explain, I didn't do it on purpose. Anya, you should remember that you were drunk. Although you may not remember what happened after you were drunk, the surveillance camera in the car and the hotel corridor can clearly explain the situation. And even if you don't know me, you should have heard of me. Am I the kind of person who will sleep with other women? Why would I take advantage of you? But you were really delirious and kept on doing it with me. Kept on doing it with you? Susani sneered and put the baseball bat on his shoulder. Do you mean that Anya kept on doing it with you? No, I didn't mean that. It was me. I kept on doing it with Anya. I kept on doing it with her. Feeling the force of the baseball bat on his shoulder weaken, Luo Jia breathed a sigh of relief. As for that night, Anya, you have to believe that I didn't do it on purpose. We were both drunk and alone in that situation. Seeing Anya raise the guitar, Luo Jia made up his mind. No matter what, it's a fact that we slept with each other. No matter what happened, I'll take responsibility for you. Responsibility? Anya laughed. Do I need you to take responsibility for me? Luo Jia, we're both adults. Can you be more mature? It's just sleeping with each other. Why do you have to take responsibility for me? Did I ask you to take responsibility? Yes, I was drunk that night. I saw the surveillance video. I took the initiative, but I never asked you to take responsibility. Just treat it as a night of romance. I don't think you'll lose out, right? Luo Jie frowned. What do you mean? You don't need to take responsibility. Didn't you ask me if I wanted to play with you? Now that I've played with you, to be honest, it's not bad. Among all the boyfriends I've dated, you're in the top 5. But please be clear about this. Even if I slept with you, our relationship is limited to this. I won't pester you to take responsibility, and you don't have to come to me to explain. Even if we're entangled in bed, when we put on pants, you're still you, and I'm still me. Anya threw the guitar on the carpet in the lounge. I don't need you to take responsibility for me. We'll be like before. We're just acquaintances. Don't be so sincere. Did I make myself clear? The smile on Luo Jie's face disappeared little by little with Anya's words. His face became darker and darker, and the frown between his eyebrows deepened. In this situation, Susani couldn't stay any longer. You guys talk. My baseball bat seems a bit heavy. I'll go, change it. Susani quickly slipped out. However, what she didn't expect was that Anya, who wouldn't say a single harsh word in front of a handsome man, would become a completely different person in front of Luo Jie. She would say anything she wanted to say. It was clear that she wanted to distance herself from Luo Jie. Reasonably speaking, although Luo Jie wasn't an earth-shattering handsome man, in terms of facial features, even if he entered the entertainment industry, he would still be a very recognizable handsome man. She racked her brains to recall the interactions between Anya and Luo Jie. There weren't too many contradictions and misunderstandings, but Anya's attitude towards Luo Jie was particularly repulsive from the beginning. After they went to bed, her attitude towards him was like that of an enemy. Although she didn't know what Anya was thinking, it was after all a matter between the two of them. As a friend, she couldn't interfere too much. Susani waited outside the door for a long time. She didn't hear any quarrel or the sound of fighting. About half an hour later, Anya came out of the lounge. Her expression was indifferent and calm. She walked in high heels under the gaze of everyone in the studio and walked back to her office with her head held high and chest out. She was just like the carefree queen of the past. About 10 minutes later, Luo Jie came out of the lounge. There was no clue on his face. Just like before, he left the studio silently. This matter was considered peaceful. A small stone was suddenly thrown into the lake. After a ripple, it returned to calm. After that, Susani never mentioned Luo Jie in front of Anya again. Luo Jie also didn't send roses to Susani's studio. For a long time after that, the two of them almost didn't meet in the same frame. Not long after, the entertainment program that Susani and Jiang Yan were on was broadcast. On the day of the recording, Jiang Yan caused a commotion among fans because of a $1 million phone call. He became a hot search, although it didn't take long for the hot search to fall down. But the internet had memories. As soon as the program was broadcast, netizens took screenshots of the call to borrow money and forwarded it. Because Jiang Yan's image as a rich second-generation heir was too broad, and he had the studio behind him, Susani's matter was not so abrupt and was not discussed by too many people. For a time, #Jiang Yan's rich second-generation heir #Jiang Yan almost went home to inherit the family business #Jiang Yan's $1 million phone call and other topics were sent to the hot search list by fans. Jiang Yan's image was not bad. He was young and looked tender. At the age of 10, he was the most popular. He didn't have many girlfriend fans. They were all mother fans who called him Zai Zai on Weibo. In addition, he hadn't been popular in the Big Five for many years. He had been an unknown small star. The entertainment industry was a place where the strong stepped on the weak. Who knew how many grievances he had suffered? His fans were heartbroken. What was that saying again? Torturing fans was consolidating fans. There were one set of tricks after another. After the broadcast of this variety show, Jiang Yan's Weibo fans soared to more than 2 million, and his popularity soared to the top 10. He completely appeared in the eyes of major media and partners. The brands who wanted to talk about contracts and cooperation with him came to Su Sunny's studio one after another. However, there were also many anti-fans who used Jiang Yan's academic qualifications to defame him. They thought that a rich second-generation heir who didn't go to high school and didn't go to college was probably a loafer. They also cited the dropout stories of Wang Ergu, Zhang Xiaoshan, and others in their village, telling everyone that people who have not experienced advanced quality education are flawed in character and will not have much success in the future. Fans were too lazy to pay attention to such wise and far-sighted remarks. It didn't take long for them to disappear in the vast Weibo. In any case, it was a good sign that one of the studio's artists had become popular. After the broadcast of the variety show, Phoenix Road starring Su Sunny and Han Xiao officially aired on Mango TV's primetime slot. Su Sunny's acting skills were remarkable, and Han Xiao didn't need to be mentioned. The name Han Xiao was the guarantee of the box office. The biggest gimmick of his first appearance in a TV series aroused the curiosity of countless fans. On the first day of the broadcast, the bullet screen of the video website was densely packed. "Ah, I'm dead. Su Sunny is so and cool, too handsome. Han Xiao is too handsome, just with this face, I can lick the whole show. The director of this show is too good at picking people. None of the supporting roles are ugly, and they are all immortal little fresh meat. The ancient costume photos are simply my aesthetic. Only 2 episodes a day, I hate it." The plot was fast-paced, the actors' acting skills were on point, and the special effects and martial arts scenes were all the best of the year. It quickly stood out among the crudely produced TV series and became a popular show. The little fresh meat supporting roles in the show were also discovered by fans, and they had the potential to become the next popular young actor. Su Sunny's popularity also rose because of this. Her reputation exploded, and her popularity skyrocketed. Her Weibo fans exceeded 10 million, and brand endorsements and scripts were all coming to her door. From this show, the fans saw Su Sunny in a new light. Her Weibo was filled with praises for the first time, and it wasn't like before, where it was filled with insults and mockery. On the day of the broadcast of Phoenix Road, director Su Siming gave her a call, saying that he had something to discuss with her face-to-face. Su Sunny thought to herself that her relationship with Su Siming wasn't bad, so what did he need to talk about face-to-face? Moreover, Su Dao's voice sounded a little guilty. "Coincidentally, I have something to discuss with you as well. When do you want to meet?" After setting a time with Su Siming, Su Sunny went to his company on time the next afternoon. She arrived at the company around 4 p.m., and Su Dao had been waiting for her for a long time. "Su Dao, why are you looking for me in such a hurry?" The moment she entered, Su Dao personally poured a cup of tea for her. "It's about the script. I've been thinking about it, and I think it's better to let you know in advance. I want to ask for your opinion." "My opinion? What's the matter? Why are you personally pouring tea for me and letting me know in advance?" "I can't afford it." She had worked with Su Dao a few times, and she was quite familiar with him. Although she said that, she wasn't polite at all. "Just say it." Su Siming hesitated for a while before nodding. "Okay. It's like this. So far, I've been in contact with most of the actors for our movie. Originally, we were scheduled to start filming on the 3rd of next month, but the second male lead said that he didn't have any free time and quit my role. As for the investors, they sent someone in. That person has worked with me before, and his acting skills are not bad. His image is similar to the second male lead's image." Su Sunny was a little curious. "Who is it?" Su Siming smiled. "You know this person too." Xianxia, the smile on Su Sunny's face instantly fell. "Su Dao, you called me over because of this? I know that you and Xianxia are a little unhappy, so I asked you to come over and discuss it. This is my first movie, and I have to weigh all aspects. If there's friction between the actors, filming won't be smooth. If you really can't do it, I'm not someone who's hard to talk to. So Su Dao means that if I don't agree, you'll replace Xianxia?" Su Dao touched his receding hairline. "That's right." Su Sunny was silent for a moment. Xianxia, she thought about it seriously. Previously, she did think that Xianxia was good, but later, Xianxia made her lose a magazine shoot, and she also made Xianxia lose an endorsement. Although the two of them were even, their relationship could only be described as bad. Now, they had nothing to do with each other. Now that things had turned out this way, Susani didn't want to contact or cooperate with Xianxia in the future. But looking at Su Dao's expression, it was obvious that he was in a difficult position regarding Xianxia. The investors weren't easy to deal with, and he did think that Xianxia could be signed. Su Dao, you're the director of this movie, so you have the right to speak. If you think Xianxia can be the second male lead, then sign it. As long as it's a good movie, I can understand. It was just a role, and Susani didn't want to compete with Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia's acting skills are really good. He can be the second male lead. Su Siming slapped his thigh. I knew you weren't so petty. Susani shrugged. Su Dao, then you're wrong about me. I'm very petty. In the future, you have to introduce more high-quality scripts to me. If the scripts aren't good, I don't want them. Okay. Don't worry. This matter was settled. That's it? Nothing else? Su Siming shook his head. Nothing else. Susani stood up. Can't you just say this over the phone? Why did you have to call me over and say it again? Okay, I'm leaving. Oh right, I almost forgot. There's one more thing. You're the female lead of Phoenix Road celebration party the day after tomorrow. Susani agreed. Okay, I'll be there on time. Don't worry. She had just left Su Dao's office when Xianxia came out from the side room with an unreadable expression. Su Siming drank a cup of tea feeling refreshed. Only then did he remember Xianxia's existence. I already said that Cindy isn't a petty person. She praised you before and said that your acting skills were good, but you didn't believe me. Come, tell me. How did you get into a conflict with Cindy? Xianxia came to Su Siming's office early in the morning to talk about the script. He thought that Susani definitely wouldn't let him stay on the set, but Su Siming thought that Susani wouldn't be so petty as to hold a grudge. When I acted in your first film, Beneath the Imperial City, didn't she suggest to you to change my role from the second male lead to the third male lead? Su Siming thought about it. It had been a long time, but he still had some recollection of it. What's wrong? Xianxia endured for 2 years. Su Dao, I was still a small star who had just debuted. Do you know how important the second male lead script was to me? The third male lead scenes were far less than the second male leads. If I hadn't become popular by accident, I wouldn't have known. By accident? Su Siming interrupted him and smiled. Do you really think you became popular by accident? Xianxia frowned. What do you mean? You were able to become popular because you portrayed the role of the third male lead well. Do you know where the second male lead is now? Xianxia shook his head. You don't know. I don't know either. If you had played the second male lead back then, how much better do you think your situation would be now? You mean to say that, forget it, I won't beat around the bush with you. Back then, Cindy did suggest to me to change your role from the second male lead to the third male lead, but she didn't deliberately go against you and reduce your scenes as you think. Do you think I would listen to her so easily? Back then, she analyzed it with me and said that your image and eyes were very suitable for the second male lead. She pestered me for 3 days before I let you audition. I didn't expect you to be as good as she said. Xianxia's expression changed. But at that time, I've worked with her for so many years. I know what kind of person she is. You should really thank her for making you popular back then. Su Dao muttered, I was still wondering what was going on between the two of you. I didn't expect it to be because of this. Okay, let your agent talk about the details. Take the script and leave today. I'll let you know when the filming starts. He handed the script over. Xianxia took it as if he had just woken up from a dream. He looked down at the few words on the script and lost his soul. At the celebration party, Susani was dead drunk. From Su Dao to the scene, Susani held a glass of wine and thanked them one by one. At first, her words were clear, but later on, her mouth was slurred and she didn't even know what she was saying. She leaned on Han Zhao's shoulder as if they were brothers. Teacher Han, I'm really, very grateful to you. Do you know? In the past, no male actor was willing to act with me. They all thought that acting with me would cause them to lose fans. You're the first actor who was willing to act with me, and you're even the first male lead. She drank until her face was very red. Her eyes were blurred and her red lips were unconsciously slightly open. At such a close distance, he could almost smell the fragrance of flowers and alcohol. After Susani finished speaking, she pushed Han Xiao away and hooked up with Su Dao. Su Dao, thank you, for this time to choose me as the female lead. For someone like you who trusts me unconditionally, I will definitely not let you down. Don't worry, the next time we work together, I will definitely not let you fail miserably. Her words were powerful and powerful. It was fine to say it seriously, but she was drunk and couldn't speak clearly with her tongue out. She staggered and couldn't even stand properly. Okay, I understand your intentions. Stop drinking. Go back and rest early. Su Dao called Susani's assistant over and asked her to help Susani. Your manager didn't come? The assistant shook her head. Xianxia has something to do today. She can't leave. Su Dao frowned. He was a director and couldn't leave the celebration party. I'll send her back. Han Xiao put down the wine glass in his hand. Cindy and I live in the same place. It's on the way. Yes. You both live in Yipin Lanting. It's on the way. Su Dao didn't suspect anything and entrusted Susani to Han Xiao. Han Xiao left with his assistant. Susani's assistant supported Susani by herself. Her small body was a little strained. Han Xiao's assistant was a man, so it wasn't easy for him to move. He watched her walk unsteadily. At the door, Han Xiao couldn't stand it anymore and reached out to help Susani. Just as he was about to hold Susani's arm, a hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed Susani's arm. Susani's body was weak and powerless. She was pulled by a strong force and spun twice before leaning into a broad embrace. She was already dizzy and wanted to vomit. After spinning twice, she felt even worse. When she opened her eyes and raised her head, she saw an exquisite chin and a high nose bridge. His tightly pursed lips revealed his displeasure. Susani was dizzy and couldn't think straight. She only felt that this person looked a lot like Yang. This person didn't just look like Yang. It was definitely Yang. He had a party here today. Before the party ended, he heard that the staff of Phoenix Path were having a celebration party in another ballroom of the hotel. The moment he stepped out, he saw Susani being supported by a little assistant and staggering out. Han Xiao was beside her. Yang's face instantly darkened. He quickly walked forward and pulled Susani from Han Xiao's arms with a dark expression. He looked at Han Xiao unhappily and said in a cold and stern voice, "My wife doesn't need to trouble Mr. Han." Han Xiao was slightly stunned. His gaze shifted from Yang to Susani in his arms. Susani looked up at him and realized that this was Yang. She couldn't stop grinning and hugged Yang's neck as if there was no one else around. She used her nose to intimately rub against his nose. You. Why are you here? The sudden intimacy also stunned Yang for a moment. That warm breath sprinkled on his face, along with the floral fragrance of Susani's body and the faint smell of alcohol, as well as the occasional heat from her rosy cheeks, all of which made his heart itch. Yang's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he hugged Susani's waist. Why are you so drunk? I'm just happy, it's getting late. Let's go home. Susani nodded. She leaned her head on his shoulder drowsily. Yang held Susani with one arm and carried her horizontally. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he looked at Han Xiao. He didn't have any intention of showing off. He only said in a calm tone, "I believe that Mr. Han is a reasonable person. You have received high education and should know etiquette, justice, integrity, and shame. Some things can be done without the law, but some things are related to morality and cannot be done. I hope that Mr. Han can guard the boundaries of morality." The meaning of his words was obvious. Han Xiao frowned. He didn't say a word as he watched Yang carry Susani away. When the hotel staff saw Han Xiao, they were excited and hesitant to ask for his autograph. Han Xiao, I'm your fan. Can you give me your autograph? Han Xiao looked at the staff who rushed forward excitedly and took a step back. His gaze lingered on the staff for a moment. It was a feeling that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Suddenly, at this moment, those feelings that used to make him feel extremely disgusted returned to him. Han Xiao hurriedly glanced over and cleanly rejected the staff. Sorry. Then, he left. The Bentley was filled with the fragrance of flowers and alcohol. It didn't smell bad when mixed together, but Susani was drunk and wasn't very obedient. First, she said it was cold, then she said it was hot. She wanted to open the windows and sing. She tossed and turned on Yang and was just short of riding on his head and behaving atrociously. Yang frowned. Susani, how much did you drink? Susani looked at him with misty eyes. She saw the wrinkles between his brows and his unfriendly eyes and felt wronged. You scolded me? When did I scold you? You scolded me? I didn't scold you. He lowered his voice. Drink less next time. Susani leaned on him softly. It's such a happy day. Of course, I have to drink more. Yang, do you like me? When did I not like you? Susani turned over and pressed her hands on his strong chest. She looked straight at him. Then why do you always call me by my full name? Yang was puzzled. Look at other couples. They all call each other baby, baby, darling, what about you? Susani imitated his tone and tone. Susani. Susani. Listen, am I your wife or your enemy? When did I call you that? You still don't want to admit it? You called me that just now, Susani. How much did you drink? You scared me just now. Yang, then how do you want me to call you? You're not allowed to call me by my full name in the future. Call me Sini. Come, call me that again. Yang cleared his throat and looked at the partition in the middle of the back seat. After making sure that the chauffeur and his assistant couldn't hear them, he said, Sini. Susani looked at him with disdain. You have no feelings at all. Let's start again. Alright, you're drunk. Stop messing around. Sit down and have a good rest. Are you getting impatient with me? No. Then call me again. Yang felt that he didn't need to reason with a drunkard. Sini. No feelings. Yang lowered his voice. Sini. You're too rigid. You're not sweet at all. Other couples call each other baby darling. Susani. Susani looked at him in a daze and suddenly had an idea. I know. Before Yang could ask her what she knew, he saw Susani holding his face and kissing him. When their soft lips touched, Yang could taste the fragrance of flowers and alcohol on her body. His thumping heartbeat told him that it was very sweet. Is it sweet? Yang's voice was hoarse. It's sweet. Then call me by my full name. He laughed softly and said gently, Sini. Susani was satisfied. She sat down and leaned against his chest. You can call me that in the future. You're not allowed to call me by my full name. Yang recalled that kiss for a long time and smiled. Okay. The Bentley stopped at Ipin Lan Ting. Yang carried the drunk and delirious Susani upstairs. When he put her on the bed and was about to take off her clothes for her to have a good sleep, Susani suddenly woke up. After a jolt and a cold breeze, he didn't know if she was sober or not. What are you doing? I'm taking off your clothes. Why are you undressing? Sleep. You're drunk and need a good rest. Susani was lying on the bed and tugged at his tie. What about you? Yang looked at her from above. He saw her dazed eyes, her red cheeks, and her red lips. I'll take care of you. Take care of me? I'll take care of you. Their eyes met. They were so close to each other. Susani breathed on his face. He couldn't smell the alcohol. Yang could only smell the sweetness. In an instant, it aroused the man's initial desire. Yang, Susani called him. Do you like me calling you by your full name? You can call me whatever you want. Susani suddenly smiled. Her lips were red and her teeth were white. When she smiled, her eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness. It was hard to suppress the fluster in her heart. Do you like it if I call you hubby? Yang didn't answer. She grabbed Yang's tie and pulled him down. She leaned forward and bit Yang's upper lip. Susani grinned as he rubbed his teeth against his upper lip. Yang's eyes darkened as he stared at Susani without blinking. He did not move. After a while, Susani was tired. She let go of Yang and lay on the bed. She mumbled, boring. I want to sleep. Yang stood by the bed and stared at Susani. Is this what you look like when you're drunk? Susani didn't answer. She seemed to be asleep. Aren't you going to take responsibility? Susani opened her eyes in a daze. Take responsibility for what? There was one more word on the tip of her tongue. She couldn't say a word. The mattress sank. A hand reached over from the head of the bed and pressed the light button in the room. The whole room fell into a dark silence. Occasionally, there would be a dull or coquettish voice. Next to the pillow, her intertwined fingers clasped tightly together. Her fair and delicate hand under his broad palm used all her strength, but she couldn't break free from his imprisonment and move an inch. I didn't write anything. Don't lock me up, 8,600. Thank you for your support and tolerance. I love you, I'm sure I can sleep well tonight. Hee hee. What are the consequences of a hangover? Susani felt that she had the right to speak. Dizziness, headaches, nausea, weakness, and sudden allergies caused red spots from his chin to his ankles. The fine red spots were mixed with bruises. In addition, he couldn't move. Therefore, it had been a full 20 minutes since Susani woke up and sat at the head of the bed. Initially, she felt uncomfortable when she moved a little, but now, she felt sore all over just moving a finger. Susani had never eaten pork, but she had seen pigs run. What happened last night was self-evident. Yang had taken advantage of her precarious position. But that was not important. The important thing was that she was drunk yesterday. Drunken sex. Look at other couples. What do they call each other? Baby, baby, darling. What about you? Don't call me by my full name in the future. Call me Cindy, it's too rigid. It's not sweet at all. Other couples' babies are so sweet. Do you like it if I call you hubby? Susani only felt the blood in her body boiling violently. After rushing into the sea, all of it rushed into her brain that was submerged in the water. The tears that she had shed last night were all because she had indulged in drinking wine. It was too silly. Why did people act like idiots when they were drunk? The scene replayed last night. Susani was like an outsider, watching the drunk Susani acting coquettishly in front of Yang. Baby? Treasure? Darling, Susani shuddered and asked directly, Susani, how can you say such mushy words? Recalling last night, each and every one of them was filled with tears. A noise came from outside the room. Susani could not afford to lose face. Hearing the noise, she quickly covered her head with the quilt and continued to pretend to be asleep. Yang walked in with the ointment. There was an abnormal blush on his face. He didn't know if it was because of the heater or some other indescribable reason. The quilt on the bed arched. Susani had not woken up yet. However, the ointment on his hand had to be applied once every 12 hours, so it would take effect quickly. If it took effect too slowly, with Susani's temper, she would probably vent her anger on him after a few days. Lifting the quilt, the silk sling was messy, and the mottled marks on the collarbone were enough to show the craziness of last night. Last night was so embarrassing. Do you think I don't care about my reputation? No, I can't get up. Too embarrassing. Why don't you just kill me instead of letting me get up? I still want to sleep. Don't wake me up. Susani's eyelashes, which were buried in the pillow, trembled. Her muscles tensed up, and goosebumps appeared on her skin under Yang's gaze. Yang almost laughed out loud, but he also knew that his wife had strong self-esteem. If she continued to stay here, Susani would probably suffocate herself to death. Then sleep some more. I brought you the ointment on the table. Remember to apply some medicine when you get up. The food in the kitchen is ready. Heat it up and you can eat it. I still have something to do at the company. Call me if you need anything. There was a vague whimper from the pillow. Yang chuckled and turned to leave the room, giving Susani plenty of personal space. After the door closed, Susani poked her head out of the quilt. She looked at the closed door and breathed a sigh of relief. The ointment that Yang brought in was on the bedside table. Susani could reach it with a hook of her finger. She looked down at the marks on her body and thought about it. She still cursed Yang for being unrestrained while applying the ointment on herself. She hoped that this medicine would have some effect and make the strawberry marks on her body disappear sooner. After applying the ointment, more than half of the tube was gone. Susani tossed and turned again and cursed Yang hundreds of times. The moment her feet touched the ground, she felt an unbearable pain. In her heart, Yang was already dead. There was indeed food in the kitchen, but Susani's stomach wasn't feeling well and she couldn't eat. She only drank a cup of the hangover drink that Yang had prepared for her. It was sweet and delicious. Her stomach didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she was hungry. Susani ate heartily and looked at the leftovers on the table with satisfaction. As a celebrity actress, she had to remember to take care of her body. Susani rarely had such a good meal. Maybe it was because she had exercised too much yesterday and needed to replenish her energy today. Susani thought. Susani was right. Men were all bastards. Under the bed, they were dressed neatly. On the bed, they were all beasts. There was no exception. Don't bite my neck. I have to start filming in a few days, his warm breath sprinkled on her chin. Yang's eyes were dyed with a layer of lust. His voice was hoarse. In a few days? Asking this question in bed? I don't remember. Then don't worry about it. Oh, who would think about the future when enjoying the present? The next day, Susani looked at the strawberry marks that almost spread to her chin in the mirror. A touch of crimson dyed from her neck to the tip of her ears. Bastard. I won't let you do whatever you want tonight. However, it turned out that once a man who had been abstinent for many years broke the abstinence, he would no longer use his brain to think. Susani learned this from the lesson of blood and tears. On the third day, she left Pen Lan Ting fully armed and went to the studio with a hat, sunglasses, and scarf. She often dressed like this to hide from the paparazzi, so she didn't attract any attention. But just as she stepped into the office, Anya followed her in and handed several important documents to Susani. What have you been doing these days? You look like a god when I asked you to come to the studio. She sized up Susani. You're even wearing a scarf? Isn't it hot? It's not hot. I've been not feeling well these days. Okay, take a look at these documents. If there's no problem, sign it. Susani took the documents and carefully read the terms of the documents. Bored to death, Anya sat opposite her and waited for her to finish reading and signing. Perhaps it was because the scarf around Susani's neck was too eye-catching, her eyes kept wandering around. Suddenly, her gaze froze and she frowned. Sunny, what's wrong with your neck? Susani instinctively covered her neck and said, It's allergic. Allergic? Anya took a closer look and knew what was going on. Okay, don't pretend in front of me. The powder has been rubbed off by the scarf. Susani smiled awkwardly. Anya was obviously not interested in this matter. I've asked Jiang Yan for you. He didn't give me a clear answer. He only said that he wants to meet you. Ask? Anya looked at her in disbelief. You said before that Jiang Yan will go abroad to further his studies. Have you forgotten? I didn't forget. How could I forget about something like that? Is he in the office now? In the practice room. Okay, I'll look for him later. After signing the documents, Anya turned to leave. Susani was thinking about how to talk to Jiang Yan. After thinking about it, Susani made up her mind. She would talk to him about the pros and cons of going abroad to further his studies and continuing to work in the entertainment industry. The main thing was to let Jiang Yan think about it carefully. At this thought, Susani got up and walked to the practice room. As expected, Jiang Yan was practicing dancing in the practice room. He had learned to dance before. His movements were clean and neat, and his body was well proportioned. When he danced, it was a great visual pleasure. She knocked on the door of the practice room. Jiang Yan stopped what he was doing and turned to look at the door. He saw Susani smiling at him and turned off the music. Susani opened the door and handed him a bottle of water with a smile. Jiang Yan took it. Why did you come to the office so soon? I didn't arrange any work for you recently. I couldn't stay at home, so I came to the office to practice. I'm sorry about what happened to your father. My condolences. Jiang Yan wiped the sweat off his neck with a towel and said nonchalantly, it's all in the past. It's great that you think that way. I've been worried about me? Susani smiled and said, you're an artist under me. Of course I'm worried about you. Jiang Yan pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Then let's talk about business today. Anya should have talked to you before about you studying abroad. Susani spoke quickly, afraid that Jiang Yan, a sensitive boy, would misunderstand. Actually, you don't have to feel embarrassed about this. I'm just giving you another choice. In the end, whether you study abroad or continue to stay in the entertainment industry, it's up to you. We won't interfere. Jiang Yan lowered his eyebrows and didn't say anything. Listen to it. I personally think that you have great potential. You dance and have a good figure. You sing well too. You're very malleable. But, Jiang Yan, you have to know that in the entertainment industry, these things may make you famous for a while, but they won't let you gain a foothold. Whether you want to develop in the film industry or the music industry in the future, you have to have a solid foundation. But you should know that although we've been hiring tutors for you, the results aren't very good. You're still young and have time and energy. This is a good opportunity for you. Susani continued, of course, with your family background, it won't be difficult for you to continue to stay in the entertainment industry. You can easily get all kinds of resources and become famous. Jiang Yan, what do you think? Xianxia, do you want me to go abroad? Susani said bluntly, to be honest, I've always wanted you to go abroad. You're still young, so you should be studying in class instead of going to the entertainment industry to see all kinds of messy things. I want you to experience a clean and pure school life. I don't want you to get your school experience from acting in a certain campus-themed TV series. Jiang Yan's clear eyes stared straight at Susani. The edge of the scarf under his chin was slightly missed. His gaze froze as if he had guessed something. A bitter smile spread on his lips. Xianxia, have you always treated me like a child? Of course not. Susani reached out and patted his head. You're so much younger than me. I've always treated you like a little brother. Little brother, of course, little boy. Tell me what you think. Don't feel pressured. Do whatever you want. Jiang Yan lowered his gaze and said something that even he couldn't hear clearly, go abroad. Go abroad? You don't have to rush to make a decision now. Go back and think about it or discuss it with your brother. No need. I've already asked my brother to prepare. I'll go abroad next Tuesday. This was indeed beyond Susani's expectations. Are you ready? Yes. Susani nodded. Then, you don't have to say much. I know what you mean. You're doing this for my own good. If there's nothing else, I want to practice for a while more. Susani had nothing else to say. She could only laugh dryly and say, okay then. Practice well. I'll send you off next Tuesday. Soon, Jiang Yan was the only one left in the practice room. He turned on the music and danced to the rhythm for a while before slowly stopping. He lowered his head and leaned against the mirror in loneliness. He looked at the face in the mirror that was obviously still young and slowly buried his head in his palms. On the day that Jiang Yan went abroad, Susani came to send him off. From afar, she saw Jiang Huai chattering nonstop beside him. Jiang Yan. Susani rushed over, panting. Luckily, I'm not late. Jiang Huai raised his eyebrows. You're not late. You're just one flight late. The changed flight is about to take off. There was a bit of a traffic jam. Jiang Yan said, it's okay. Well, since you're about to take off, I'll make it short. I hope you have a good time abroad. Also, I'll leave the contract with the studio for you. As long as you're willing to sign the contract with my studio when you come back, we'll welcome you. Jiang Yan gave a short Jiang Huai looked at his watch impatiently. Okay, board the plane. Jiang Yan looked at Susani expectantly and hesitated. Can I hug you? Of course. Susani opened her arms and hugged Jiang Yan intimately. She patted Jiang Yan's back as if he was her younger brother. Okay, let's board the plane. Jiang Yan whispered in Susani's ear, I'll study hard and work hard to become an outstanding person. I'll also grow up quickly. When I grow up, if a Yang doesn't treat you well, or if you don't like a Yang, will you think of me? Sini. Susani frowned slightly and let go of him. Jiang Yan pursed his lips and smiled. He finally had the shyness that belonged to his age. I'm leaving. He carried his luggage alone and walked towards the boarding gate without hesitation. He didn't let me arrange for an assistant or a nanny. He said that no one would know him in that place. He can become an outstanding person on his own. That's good. Watching Jiang Yan's back disappear at the boarding gate, Susani murmured, I hope he can forget everything in the past and start over. Outside the panoramic glass in the waiting room, a plane slowly flew into the blue sky and disappeared from sight. It's coming. People were coming and going in the airport hall. Jiang Yan retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at Susani. He smiled and said, Miss Su, thank you for sending Jiang Yan off. Shall I send you off? Susani put on a fake smile. I wouldn't dare to trouble Mr. Jiang to send me back. The driver is waiting outside. I can go back by myself. Miss Su, don't worry. I just want to thank you for taking care of Jiang Yan all this time. No need. Jiang Yan is an artist of my studio. It's my duty to take care of him. Mr. Jiang, you don't have to be so polite to me. Her words were filled with rejection and unfamiliarity. Jiang Huai smiled faintly. Miss Su's words make it sound like I'm a flood beast. You're scarier than a flood beast. Susani cursed silently. Although the plot of the novel had long been ruined, Susani had never forgotten that Jiang Huai was the male lead. It was beneficial for her to stay away from him and not interact too much with him. Don't worry, I'm now working with the Yi clan. A gentleman doesn't take what others like. Besides, I, Jiang Huai, have money and power. Do you think I'd take a liking to a married woman? I'm just curious about Mrs. Yi and want to talk to Mrs. Yi. Curious? Jiang Huai looked at her from head to toe. I'm curious about Mrs. Yi's charm. Jiang Huai's gaze sent a chill down her spine. Susani took 2 steps back. How can I compare to Mr. Jiang's charm? Me? Attracting bees and butterflies? Miss Su has really wronged me. Susani took the opportunity to change the topic. Mr. Jiang, you're too modest. I think you're rich and powerful. There should be a lot of women who secretly admire you. Unfortunately, I only heard rumors about you and Miss Su Weiyin in the past, and then there was no more news. Susani took the opportunity to change the topic. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Miss Su Weiyin for a long time. I wonder what you've been busy with recently. You don't know? Me? Susani was slightly stunned. Does it have anything to do with me? You really don't know. Miss Su, Jiang Huai said firmly. Then, he smiled. Since you don't know, I'll do you a favor. Mississippi-looking, Su Weiyin and Su Weiyin and Su Weiyin the DNA. Because of the DNA result of the DNA test Su Weiyin. But Mr. Yin, Su, Mr. was, Weiyin Yan. As for Su Yin. Because you Yin, for Su for Su, TT. Susani's face turned cold. You arranged this, didn't you? Miss Su, you can't accuse me without any evidence. Moreover, I'm working with the Yi clan. Miss Su, you're trying to drive a wedge between us. Su Weiyin has always been close to you. Don't tell me you didn't know about this. Miss Su Weiyin and I are in a relationship where we both benefit from each other. We're not as close as you think. Moreover, Miss Su, do I look like a kind-hearted man? No. You are. Susani replied in her heart. Jiang Huai was a jerk when it came to relationships. But in the novel, Su Weiyin had more tricks up her sleeves. She turned Jiang Huai into a kind-hearted man who didn't ask about the child's background. So, there's really nothing going on between me and Miss Su Weiyin. It was quite heartless to fall out with her. Susani didn't have time to feel sorry for Su Weiyin. She wasn't that generous. She still remembered how Su Weiyin pushed her into the water. Now, she didn't hit her when she was down. It was her last bit of kindness. Mr. Jiang, you must be joking. The matter between you and Miss Su Weiyin has nothing to do with me. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. We'll meet again if there's a chance. After saying that, Susani left immediately. It was better to stay away from this kind of person. Seeing Susani leave in a hurry, Jiang Hui smiled subconsciously. On the way back to the office, Jiang Hui leaned against the back seat and closed his eyes to rest. After sending Jiang Yan off, he had nothing to worry about in the country. His collaboration with the Yi clan was going smoothly for the time being. Once the project started, the Jiang clan's power would rise to another level. An hour later, they arrived at the office. After sending Jiang Yan off, Jiang Hui still had a lot of work to do. The collaboration with the Yi clan couldn't be taken lightly. He had to keep an eye on it at all times. As soon as he stepped into the elevator, his assistant leaned over and whispered something into his ear. Jiang Hui frowned slightly and thought about it. Bring her to the lounge and wait for me. Yes, President Jiang. It was Su Weiyin. Actually, it wasn't the first time Su Weiyin had come. It was just that Jiang Hui didn't want to see her every time. He could almost imagine why Su Weiyin was here. The moment she stepped into the lounge, Su Weiyin heard the noise and got up from the sofa. She looked at Jiang Hui with a worried expression. If there was any other way, she wouldn't have come to look for Jiang Hui. However, she had been blacklisted by Yi Yang. Her good friends in the entertainment industry avoided her like the plague. The men who used to pursue her suddenly changed their attitude and treated her coldly. Some even asked her to be their mistress. She knew very well that these people were unreliable. Why are you looking for me? You said before that you would help me find out who the father of my child is. Jiang Hui walked over slowly and sat on the sofa without looking at her. What a joke. You're the child's mother, but you came to me to ask who the father is. You said you would help me find out. Su Weiyin said angrily. Yes, I did say that, and I did find out. You found out? Who? Jiang Hui looked up and coldly looked at Su Weiyin's naked desire and request. He is. He smiled slightly. A hotel employee. What? Su Weiyin was in disbelief. A hotel employee? That's right. I found the CCTV footage and found the hotel employee. I asked him face to face and he admitted it. Miss Su, do you need information on this hotel employee? If you want to find the father of your son, I can provide it. Su Weiyin took a few steps back in panic. She couldn't believe it. No. How is that possible? How could it be a hotel employee with a low salary and a low status? Even now, he's probably just a manager. Miss Su doesn't like him? That's impossible. Su Weiyin shook her head in denial. Impossible. It's okay. I'll give you that person's phone number and address. You can ask him yourself. As he spoke, he placed a business card on the coffee table in front of him and waited for Su Weiyin to take it. Su Weiyin looked at the business card and was in a dilemma whether to take it or not. She had always been clear about what she wanted. A small hotel manager couldn't satisfy her desire at all, let alone realize her dream. If she really took the child and admitted it, then the rest of her life would be nothing but rice, oil, salt, vinegar, and tea. Such a dull life wasn't what she wanted. What she wanted was something that a small hotel manager couldn't give her. Thinking of this, Su Weiyin glared at Jiang Hui. You're lying to me. I won't believe you. Since you're not willing to help me, then I'll do it myself. One day, I'll find the father of my child. With that, she didn't hesitate to close the door of the lounge and leave quickly. Jiang Hui fell back onto the sofa. The smell of Su Weiyin's perfume seemed to still be lingering in the air. Once upon a time, Su Weiyin had fallen into his arms. He had praised her intoxicating fragrance. It was nothing more than acting when the occasion called. Outside the door, the assistant knocked. The assistant brought in a document. This document was sent by Jiang Hui at this time. Unfortunately, Su Weiyin had left too early and was destined to not see this document. Jiang Huai didn't look at it either. He just looked at the cover of the document indifferently. The words paternity test report were very eye-catching. One could know the result just by flipping the page. However, Jiang Huai didn't open it. The result was no longer important. He picked up the business card on the coffee table in front of him and rubbed his thumb on it. He couldn't help but sigh regretfully. On the business card, there was no hotel manager. The two words Jiang Huai were clearly written on it. What a pity. It was so close. Su Weiyin, this woman, still liked to act smart as usual. Biological father, Jiang Huai sneered coldly. Only he acknowledged as his son. If he didn't, it would never be possible for him to be his bloodline. He picked up the paternity test report in front of him and lit a corner of it with a lighter. The fire spread in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it almost burned the corner of his thumb that was holding the document. However, he controlled it very well. Before the fire burned to the last second, he let go of his hand. The last small cluster of fire burned into ashes in the air, and the remaining ashes fell on his trousers. The smell of perfume in the room was covered by the smell of burned paper. Jiang Huai got up, brushed the dirt off his trousers, tidied up his neat suit, and strode out of the lounge. Jiang Yan resolutely chose to further his studies abroad when his career was on the rise. Contrary to the expectations of his fans, the Weibo post announcing his studies was filled with cries of grief. As fans, they naturally hoped that their idol would appear more often and participate in the business of the show. However, the words further studies abroad, return uncertain directly caused an uproar among the fans. Some hoped that he wouldn't go, some tearfully wished him well, and some rationally analyzed and persuaded him. Not long after, the topic #Jiang Yan further studies abroad hashtag became a trending topic. Ah, how could this be? I just became a fan of Jiang Yan 2 days ago. Why did he go abroad so soon? Why didn't he tell the fans in advance before going abroad? Did he think about the feelings of us fans? I'm really convinced. Return uncertain? I became a fan of you back then because of your looks. Now it's uncertain. Forget it, the entertainment industry doesn't have a little fresh meat like you. I'm disappointed. Bless you, I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you to come back forever. If he goes abroad to study, he'll definitely have to start all over again in a few years. It wasn't easy for him to become popular, but he's back to square one overnight. I'm really worried for Jiang Yan. Everyone, be rational. Nian Yan is still young and doesn't have a professional background. She won't be popular for long. The studio's arrangement is really for Nian Yan's sake. I support Nian Yan's decision and the studio. Perhaps it was a foregone conclusion that Jiang Yan would go abroad, but the people who were competitors of Jiang Yan didn't buy the trending topic to slander him. After a few days, the fans accepted this reality and Jiang Yan's matter finally stopped. At this time, Su Siming's first movie was about to start filming. Su Sini got ready early in the morning. After reluctantly saying goodbye to old Mr. Yi and Lady Yi, she got into Yi Yang's car and went to the filming location. In the car, Yi Yang's face was particularly ugly. In fact, since a week ago, his face hadn't looked good. He and Su Sini were now very close and couldn't wait to be together all day long. It was the best time for their relationship. Su Sini would be gone for more than 2 months, and there was a dangerous person in the crew. It would be strange if Yi Yang was in a good mood. Su Sini leaned over, hugged his arm and leaned on his shoulder. It'll only be 2 months at most. I'll be back in 2 months. I know. Then why do you always have a straight face? Yi Yang frowned, and his face was as cold as the winter frost. Su Sini, I know the male lead of your script this time is Han Xiao. Behave yourself on set and video call me every night. I'll find time to visit you once a week. Don't flirt around, do you hear me? Su Sini secretly rolled her eyes. Flirt around? Do you have to say it so harshly? My eyes are used to discovering beauty. Although she thought so in her heart, she still had to sweet talk and promise. I promise, I'll never flirt around. Trust me. Yi Yang, don't be angry. Come, let's kiss. Su Sini pouted at him. Yi Yang sneered. He liked to use this trick. He didn't find it boring. He was extremely disgusted and lowered his head to kiss her. I don't dare to make a sound. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect the sleeping pills to be so effective that I could sleep from 8 in the evening to 4 in the afternoon. I'm stunned. My brain is rusty and I can't think straight. I'll try my best to update every day from now on. But everyone should be able to see that I'm slowly winding down. Chapter 84. The witness was Su Dao's transformational work. The cast was strong and had been preparing for it for a long time. The male lead was Han Xiao, who had worked with Su Dao before on TV. The female lead was Su Cini, who had been in the limelight recently. In fact, Han Xiao alone was enough to carry the entire movie. As long as the movie did not fool the audience, the final box office sales would not be too bad. The movie was shot in a film studio on the outskirts of City A, about an hour and a half's drive from the city. Yang specially took a day off to personally send Su Cini to the set on the day she started filming. His relationship with Su Cini was considered semi-transparent in the entertainment industry. Although it was not made public, everyone knew that it would happen sooner or later. As soon as they got out of the car, the crew members brought Su Cini and Yang to the hotel to rest. Su Cini followed him, wearing a mask and sunglasses. When they arrived at the hotel, they met many fans who were waiting for them. When they saw someone coming out, they didn't even see who it was, but they kept taking pictures with their cameras. The staff around Yang wanted to stop him, but Yang didn't care at all. He let them do whatever they wanted. Seeing that it was not the star they were waiting for, the fans stopped after taking 2 photos. However, some fans recognized that the mask and sunglasses belonged to Su Cini and kept taking photos excitedly. At this time, there were not many crew members filming there. There were many empty rooms in the hotel. The crew arranged the best suite in the hotel for Su Cini. Ever since Yang entered the hotel, his brows had never relaxed. This hotel could be considered the best hotel near the film city. However, due to its age, the facilities inside the hotel were inevitably flawed. Su Cini did not think much of it, but President Yi was not very satisfied with the hotel's environment. However, after learning that this was the best hotel in the entire film city, he could only reluctantly stay here. Alright, I think the conditions are okay. Don't be so serious. Anyway, it's only for 2 months. Su Cini rubbed the wrinkles between his eyebrows. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. You're busy with work. I'll call you if there's anything else. Yang's eyebrows relaxed. I don't have any work today. I'll talk to Su Dao later. He stopped the staff member. Where's Su Dao? The staff smiled and said, Su Dao is on set. I'm asking which room he's staying in. Room 1409. Yang asked casually, where do the other actors live? The staff member smiled. I'm not too sure about that. Anyway, there are people living on every floor. Su Cini rolled her eyes at him. She tiptoed and whispered in his ear, I just asked. Han Xiao lives on the 23rd floor. Are you relieved now? And this was the 19th floor. But obviously, Yang's attention was not on the fact that Han Xiao lives on the 23rd floor. He looked at Su Cini seriously and asked, You asked? Why did you specifically ask where he lives? She was speechless. Jealous, jealous. You only know how to be jealous all day long. After you leave later, I'll drop by Han Xiao's place and video call you. Let's see what you're going to do. Su Cini, there was a knock on the door, interrupting their conversation. When they opened the door, they saw that it was Su Dao. His hearty voice traveled from the door to the bedroom. President Yi, long time no see. Yang greeted him calmly. Su Dao. Su Dao looked at him and Su Cini with a smile. Why didn't President Yi inform me in advance that you're coming over? I just heard that President Yi sent Cini over. I couldn't believe it. I wonder if President Yi has time tonight. Would you do me the honor of having dinner with us? What a coincidence. I'm busy at the company and have to leave later. Yang hugged Su Cini and looked at Su Dao. Su Dao, I've handed my wife over to you for the next 2 months. Please take good care of her. Of course. She's not in good health, so I hired 2 more assistants to take care of her. We'll be staying next door. With that, he lowered his head and said to Su Cini, You're not in good health. Don't go out at night if you don't have anything to do. Susani rolled her eyes silently. We're already in bed, but you're still worried about me. Is it necessary to guard against me like I'm a thief? How old am I? You're still asking others to take good care of me. Seeing that Susani didn't look too good, Su Dao smiled and said, the filming for this movie is a little tight. I really can't rest for the next 2 months. But President Yi, don't worry. I'll adjust the filming according to everyone's work intensity. Thank you, Su Dao. It's my duty. Since President Yi doesn't have time for dinner tonight, I'll treat President Yi to a meal when I have time in the future. I still have something to do later, so I'll take my leave first. If President Yi has any requests, just let the crew know. We'll try our best to fulfill them. Su Dao, you're welcome. After exchanging some pleasantries, Su Dao left with a smile. After Su Dao left, Yang knocked on Susani's head. Don't go out at night if there's nothing important. Bring your assistant with you when you go out. This is the suburbs. If something happens, I won't be able to make it in time. Also, remember to video call me every night. If you don't have time to film at night, get your assistant to call me. Susani, are you listening to me? What are you thinking about all day long? Susani looked up and smiled at him. I'm thinking about you. Her temper disappeared. He was used to sweet-talking people. Okay, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. Don't you have work to do at the company? The crew has checked the hotel and you've seen it too. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. I have a lot of work to do, so I won't see you out. He sent her out of the door after much persuasion. Yang had no choice but to leave with his assistants. In the elevator, he looked at one of the assistants. Have you told the 2 assistants who were taking care of Madam? The assistant hurriedly said, don't worry. I've told them everything. They know what to do. The elevator went down slowly. On the first floor, the door opened. Several hotel security guards were standing outside the elevator, surrounding a man in a suit. They could vaguely hear screams coming from all around. They looked at Han Xiao crazily. The people outside should want to go in, but Yang didn't go out. There weren't many people in the elevator, but the positions were just right. The people outside the elevator wanted to come in, but it was a little difficult. After a moment of confrontation, the people outside the elevator said, Mr. Yi, are you going to the underground parking lot? Yang looked at him coldly and didn't say a word. Mr. Yi, after you. The elevator door closed slowly. Looking at the face outside the elevator that made countless women go crazy, Yang slowly looked away. The second day after Susani joined the set was the opening ceremony. After the ceremony, the crew officially started filming. Susani's image in this movie was different from her usual glamorous image on the television screen. In this script, she was a woman from the streets who was very suitable for life. It could be said that she was strolling in the market with a basket of vegetables. No one would dare to believe that this was Susani. The first scene of the opening ceremony was the highlight. Susani's character was dragged from the side of the road to the car by Han Zhao's character with her mouth and nose covered. She was interrogated about what she saw on the night of the incident. Cine, this scene focuses on the exchange of eyes and movements. You and Han Xiao will be acting together. Han Xiao was wearing a black trench coat with the collar up to cover his chin. Under the dim lights, his expression was dark and gloomy. He really looked like the character in the movie who couldn't distinguish between good and evil. Su Dao gestured at the side of the road. Right here, Han Xiao. Drag Cine in here. Cine, you have to struggle now and your shoes will fall off. How about this, you two try it once and I'll see. Susani nodded and looked at Han Xiao. Teacher Han, shall we try it? Han Xiao nodded in a low voice. Everyone was silent. Susani was walking on the side of the road with the cloth bag that she had been out to buy groceries. His originally nonchalant expression changed when he heard a certain sound. He instantly looked around vigilantly. His 2 hands tightly gripped the cloth bag on his shoulder. His footsteps slowed as he carefully listened to the sound to see if he had heard wrongly. After she slowed down and didn't hear anything, Susani thought she had heard wrong for a moment and heaved a sigh of relief. But this sigh of relief didn't last long. As she quickened her steps, the sound of footsteps also quickened. Someone was following her. Realizing this, Susani quickly walked forward. There was a light not far away and she seemed to hear voices. She was about to reach out and shout when a hand reached out from behind her head and covered her mouth and nose. The other hand clamped her body and dragged her in another direction. As she struggled, one of Susani's shoes fell off. Okay, cut. Sure, no problem. But Han Xiao, you have to be careful here. When Xianxia opens her mouth to call for help, when she's about to shout the first word but before she can finish shouting, you have to go up and cover her mouth. Be careful here, okay? Han Xiao nodded. Got it. They started again. Under the mottled shadows of the trees, Han Xiao covered Susani's mouth and nose and dragged her to a half-open van. There were no lights in the van, and they could only vaguely see the van from the street lights outside. Susani couldn't stop struggling. She looked at Han Xiao with fear in her eyes as he taped her mouth and tied her hands and feet with rope. During this time, Susani's breathing was rapid. Under the tape, she kept making sounds that sounded like she was sobbing. In the face of Susani's fear, Han Xiao was so calm that his hands didn't even tremble. After her hands and feet were tied, he looked at Susani with a kind gaze. It was impossible to tell that he had just kidnapped this woman in front of him. When their eyes met, the fear in Susani's eyes didn't lessen. Instead, it intensified. Her hands that were tied behind her back intertwined as she kept feeling around. Suddenly, she felt a nail and there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Han Xiao suddenly clamped her jaw and hit the back of her head hard on the car. Susani fainted. Cut, good, very good. This is the feeling. The assistant and the crew came forward and untied the rope that was tied around Susani's hands. The moment the rope was untied, they saw 2 marks from the rope. The assistant was shocked. It's purple. Han Xiao looked in the direction of the voice. Susani smiled and rubbed her wrists. It's okay. It will disappear in a few days. A crew member brought medicine and other medicine. Han Xiao went forward and looked at the marks on her wrists. He frowned and apologized. I'm sorry. I used too much strength just now. Are you hurt anywhere? It's okay. It's just a small injury. The assistant exclaimed. Xianxia, your knees and feet are injured too. I'll be fine after applying some medicine. After saying that, she said to Han Xiao indifferently, how can you not get injured while filming this kind of drama? Susani's tidy clothes were slightly messy from the struggle just now. Her collar was slightly pulled down. Han Xiao, who was less than a person's distance away, saw the marks under her collarbone. It was red and there were strawberry marks. It was so obvious. Han Xiao's concerned gaze faded a lot. He couldn't help but take a step back. Su Dao's movie was not like a TV drama. The progress was much slower than a TV drama. It was so small that every scene and detail had to be redone. It was understandable. After all, this was the first transition in the film industry. The first transition would have a great impact on the future. The crew members were busy until midnight. They only went back to the hotel to rest. Susani took a shower and disinfected the wounds and bruises on her hands and feet with the iodine that her assistant had brought. She didn't let Yang see it in the video. Otherwise, he would nag her again. How's Grandpa's health? Didn't he go for a physical examination 2 days ago? Are the results out? Avoiding the camera, Yang could only see half of her face in the video. It's okay. He's in good health. How about you? How was the filming today? It was okay. It was quite easy. Don't worry. With your instructions, the crew treats me like an ancestor. No one dares to bully me. Ouch. Susani sucked in a breath of cold air when she saw the wound on her knee. Yang felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just kicked something over. Okay, it's getting late. I'm tired and want to rest. You should go to bed early too. Okay. A second before he turned off the video, Yang heard Susani knocking on the door. His hand paused. He didn't turn it off. Susani heard the knocking and hurriedly placed the cotton swab and medicine bottle on the table in front of her. She knocked over the phone on the shelf. In Yang's video, he could only see the white ceiling and hear the conversation outside the room. Teacher Han, Yang frowned. Han Xiao, he came to look for Susani so late at night? He didn't care too much. Just as he picked up the phone to call the assistant who lived next door to Susani, he froze. It was just a small matter. Was there a need to make a fuss? After thinking about it, Yang patiently and carefully listened to the slight movement outside the door. But after listening for a long time, he didn't see Susani come back. Did they need to talk for so long? Yang dialed the number of the assistant in the next room. At the door, Susani looked at Luo Jia in surprise. Thank you for your kindness, Teacher Han. My injuries are really fine. The crew has applied the medicine. You can take it back. Luo Jia stood at the door. Susani didn't invite him in and he didn't intend to go in. Just accept it. After all, Han Xiao injured you. If it wasn't to avoid suspicion, he would have given it to you personally. It's filming. It's inevitable. Susani sighed. It wasn't good to stand at the door and be photographed. It was just medicine, so it wasn't a big deal to accept it. Okay, I'll accept it. Thank him. For me. Okay. After taking the medicine, Susani looked at Luo Jia, who was still standing at the door. Is there anything else? Luo Jia rubbed his hands and stammered as if he had something to say. If you have something to say, just say it. Luo Jia hesitated for a moment and smiled sadly. Forget it. It's nothing. Susani knew that he had something to say. I guess it's because of Anya? Seeing Luo Jia's serious expression, Susani knew that she had guessed right. Luo Jia, she's my friend, a very good friend. No matter how bad she is, I'll stand on her side and speak for her. I've known Anya for so many years and I've never seen her fall in love with a man. She might smile at you today, but she might kick you away tomorrow. This is her attitude towards life. I know no man can accept such a woman, but if you don't have the confidence to make her fall in love with you and change for you, you'd better not provoke her. Luo Jia was silent for a moment. But I don't want to give up so easily. If you had 100 beautiful girls by your side, would you give them up and choose Anya? Of course I would. Because you love her, so you would. If you didn't love her, of course you wouldn't choose Anya. This is the same for Anya. It's a relationship between the two of you. Even if it's one-sided, there's nothing you can do. Besides, Anya made it very clear to you that she doesn't like you. Luo Jia laughed bitterly as if he was mocking himself. Do you think it's possible for me to get her? Susani didn't want to say that it was possible. She also didn't want to hurt Luo Jia's confidence. After all these years in the industry, she had only heard rumors that Luo Jia was gay. She hadn't heard anything else. That depends on your perseverance and willpower. If you really like her, the road ahead is long. All the best. Click, the door opened. The door to Susani's assistant's room on the right side of the room opened. The junior assistant looked at the two of them with an awkward expression. She didn't know whether to enter or leave. Susani was the first to come back to her senses. She coughed softly and said, "Thank you for specially sending the medicine over. If there's nothing else, you can go back first." Luo Jia didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. What's wrong? What's the matter? Susani looked at the assistant who was glancing around. Look at me. The junior assistant looked at her and said, "Mystery called and said that he wants you to have a glass of milk before you go to bed." That's it? That's it? That's it. Susani muttered, why didn't he say it in the video call just now? Okay, I got it. You should go to bed early. Okay, Sini Jia, you should go to bed early too. The door closed. Susani went back to her room. The chat interface of her phone with Yang still showed the time of the last video call. She didn't think too much about it. After sending a goodnight message, she went to bed. At the same time, Luo Jia, who had reported to Han Xiao after delivering the medicine, came to his room. Don't worry. I think she only has some scratches. Next time, you can send some medicine in front of everyone on set. Don't ask me to do it in the middle of the night. It won't be good if someone takes pictures of it. She's married and you have a girlfriend. What's wrong with that? Luo Jia raised his eyebrows. You know that she's married? Han Zhao's hand paused while reading the script. Han Xiao, as your agent, I have to remind you of something. He sat down next to Han Xiao. Susani is married. I know. She's married to Yang. I know. Luo Jia looked at him for a while. Since you know, you should know to stay away from a married woman, right? Han Xiao took a deep breath and put the script aside. I know. Luo Jia, who had worked with him for so many years, knew that he really did know about it. Okay, since you know, I won't say more. We're already at this point. We can't lose our integrity in our later years. It's getting late. You should rest early. Luo Jia patted him on the shoulder and got up to leave. At the door, Han Xiao stopped him. Luo Jia, how long have we been working together? He had a bad feeling when he suddenly asked this question. It's been 7 years since I took over your job. 7 years. Han Xiao pondered. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm just asking. Rest early. Although Luo Jia didn't understand why Han Xiao suddenly asked this, he didn't ask further. The next morning, Susani went to the set after putting on her makeup. Unlike before, the crew members were all whispering to each other and were not at their posts. Susani was curious. What's wrong? An assistant who went to ask rushed over and whispered in her ear, what was Teacher Han talking about with Su Dao this morning? It's been almost an hour. What took so long to talk about? I don't know. Susani was puzzled. She turned around and knocked on the door of the waiting room. The door was opened. Luo Jia was standing behind the door, frowning helplessly. What's wrong? Sini, you're here? Su Dao smiled and greeted Susani. I was just looking for you. Susani looked at Luo Jia questioningly, but to no avail. He then entered the room. Sini, sit. Susani sat down opposite Su Dao. Su Dao looked solemn. He sighed before he spoke. It's like this. We might have to reshoot the scenes for the next 2 days. What happened? Han Xiao resigned from the male lead role due to personal reasons. Resigned? Susani looked at Han Xiao in confusion. Why did he resign? Hasn't filming already started? What's going on? It wasn't like Susani hadn't experienced a replacement in the middle of filming for a TV drama. When she acted in Su Dao's drama, one of the supporting actress's acting skills was so bad that Su Dao risked offending the investors to replace her. So why did Han Xiao quit the role? It's because of personal reasons. Han Xiao looked at Susani and said, don't worry. I've already recommended the male lead for this drama to Su Dao and discussed it with him. Su Dao also thinks that it's very suitable. I've known him for many years. He's a very good and cultured actor. Su Dao stood up and sighed. How about this? You guys talk first. As for me, there's a lot to do with changing the male lead. I'll go contact them first. Luo Jia also sighed and gritted his teeth. I also have a lot of things to deal with. I'll go deal with them first. The two of them left one after the other, leaving only Han Xiao and Susani in the waiting room. Teacher Han, wasn't yesterday's scene pretty good? What personal reasons did you have to resign from the male lead role? I don't understand. Han Xiao gave a short laugh and quickly regained his composure. He said to Susani, in the entertainment industry, which celebrities have a secret marriage, which celebrities have a secret relationship, which 2 celebrities have a secret divorce. These are secrets to the fans, but not to the people in the industry. No one in the industry knows about your secret marriage. Although Susani didn't know why she was suddenly mentioned, she had a feeling that Han Zhao's next words were, do you know why I don't act in intimate scenes with actresses? Why? My childhood wasn't very good. I had a past that I don't want to talk about. Any intimate contact with a woman can remind me of that memory. After a period of psychological treatment, I think I can overcome it, so I agreed to Su Dao's invitation. Then are you better? I thought I was better, but I'm not. Susani took a deep breath. Is it because of yesterday's shoot that you're uncomfortable? No. Then why? Susani, you're married. The space between Susani's brows sank deeper and deeper. Han Xiao looked at her and suddenly laughed. I've been in the entertainment industry for so many years, and I haven't been caught by the media. I've followed the rules for so many years. He opened his mouth and slowly closed it. His Adam's apple bobbed as he lowered his head and laughed at himself. How can it be ruined by your hands? Susani's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She seemed to understand, but also seemed to not understand, or maybe she understood and pretended not to understand. She got up and smiled. Since Teacher Han has decided, then I'll respect your decision. If there's a chance in the future, Han Xiao said, we won't work together again. Then, I wish Teacher Han a bright future and a smooth journey. After that, she opened the door as if she was escaping. Xianxia and his assistant were standing outside the door. The three of them were stunned. Susani couldn't care too much. She smiled perfunctorily and left. The door closed. Xianxia's assistant seemed to know something. Oh my god. This was earth-shattering news. Forget about it. What? Xianxia frowned and looked in the direction Susani had escaped. I forgot about it. I didn't hear or see it. Consider it as me returning you a favor. The news of Han Zhao's resignation spread quickly among the crew. It wasn't a secret. Su Dao announced it as soon as he came out of the lounge. Han Zhao's explanation was that he couldn't continue to work for a period of time due to personal health reasons. Han Xiao and the crew broke up peacefully. When the announcement came out, the fans were heartbroken and left messages asking Han Xiao to have a good rest. The actor who played the male lead joined the crew a week later. As Han Xiao said, he was a very capable and experienced actor. In the past 2 years, he had been polishing his acting skills on stage. He was full of explosive power. In the first scene with Susani, Susani was stunned. In the scene with Han Xiao, she had to NG several times before she passed. She didn't know if it was because he had been shocked by the acting or for some other reason, but these days, Susani seemed to be depressed. Usually, when the crew was resting, he didn't play around with the staff. Instead, he sat quietly on the side and read the script. Su Dao asked worriedly, Sini, are you okay? You don't look well. I'm fine. Susani forced a smile. It's just that my appetite hasn't been good recently. I haven't been sleeping well, so I'm not energetic. Don't worry, I won't affect the progress of the crew. What are you talking about? I'm worried that you'll affect the progress of the crew. Okay, you have a good rest. If you can't, I'll give you half a day off. You can go to the hospital and have a good rest. Okay. Although she forced herself to be energetic, Susani was still the same. She was muddle-headed all day. Fortunately, her acting skills were good and she didn't affect the progress of the crew. Wretch, Susani, who hadn't eaten much all day, looked at the food that the assistant brought over. She turned her head away and retched. Take it away, take it away. I'm not eating. Sini Jia, you haven't eaten anything today. What's wrong? Are you sick? I'm fine. I just don't have a good appetite. I feel like vomiting. Vomiting? It's nothing serious. A pregnant woman walked past her. Susani's heart skipped a beat. She secretly calculated her period. This calculation was not important, but it gave her a fright. She had been so busy recently that she hadn't paid attention to it. Her period hadn't come for a month or 2. Pregnant, she subconsciously covered her lower abdomen. No, she couldn't let anyone know about this. This was her second reaction. I'm fine. Leave it. I'll eat it later. The assistant put down the food and left. Susani quickly took out her phone to check the symptoms of the early stages of pregnancy. The more she checked, the more she felt that she was pregnant. After thinking about it, she finally called Anya. Anya, it's urgent. Put down all your work immediately and come to the set now. What's so urgent? Can I do it tomorrow? I still have to. Bring me a pregnancy test kit when you come. Once the pregnancy test kit came out, Susani didn't have to say anything. "I'll be right there." Anya put down all her work and drove 2 hours to the set. She secretly took out the pregnancy test kit from her bag and handed it to Susani. Susani took it with a serious face and turned to go to the bathroom. The two of them seemed to have made a deal. Half an hour later, Anya knocked on the bathroom door for the 5th time. "Miss Sue, are you done?" The bathroom door opened. Susani stood behind the door with a happy face. "Anya, I'm pregnant." Although Anya was mentally prepared, she was still confused by the news. "Pregnant? Really? Really? I've seen the 2 lines many times. I'm really pregnant." "Susani, you're pregnant in such a short time." Anya, who had just reacted, was also happy. She looked at Susani's flat belly. "I didn't expect it either. I've been having a bad appetite and feeling nauseous recently. I thought I was tired from acting. I didn't expect that I'm really pregnant." "Then hurry up and call Yang." Susani took out her phone. The second she called Yang, her fingertips paused. "No, I can't let Yang know about this for the time being." "Why?" "If he knows, I'll definitely lose this movie." That made sense. "But are you sure you don't want to tell him?" Susani frowned and thought about it again and again. There weren't many action elements in this movie, so it shouldn't have a big impact on the baby in her belly. There was still more than a month to shoot. It wouldn't be too late to tell Yang after the shooting. "I won't tell him." "But what if?" "There's no what if." Susani stroked her belly and smiled. "I want both the baby and the movie." Faced with Susani's ambition, Anya couldn't be at ease. "How about this? I'll accompany you in the studio during the shooting and take care of you as your personal nanny." She didn't dare to slack off. If anything happened to the baby in Susani's belly, Yang would twist her head off and use it as a stool. Therefore, during the shooting, Anya was scared witless whenever Susani moved. She was afraid that she would choke on water and food. When Susani cried hysterically, her back was covered in sweat. During the more than a month on set, she tossed and turned in bed because of Susani and almost didn't have a good night's sleep. On the day they finished shooting, Anya breathed a sigh of relief. She collapsed in the back seat of the car on the way back. "Oh my God, we're finally done." Susani sat in the back seat with a radiant face. "Okay, I'm fine. You're the only one who's worried sick." "How can I not be worried? The baby in your belly is the future little prince of the Yi clan. What if it's a little princess?" "Whatever. Anyway, it's Yang's first child. If anything happens to it in my hands, I won't be able to pay for it with my life." "Bah, what are you talking about?" "I said the wrong thing. I take it back. By the way, Luojia has been." Anya glared at her. "Can you not mention him? He's so annoying. He hasn't caught up with you yet?" Anya wanted to scream at the sky. "Spare me. I'm not compatible with him." "How do you know if you're compatible without trying?" Anya didn't want to talk about it anymore. "I'm tired. I'm going to take a rest." She then turned her head to look out of the car window and closed her eyes to rest. Susani smiled. It seemed that Luojia's pursuit was successful. "You've worked hard during this period. Take a rest." Susani looked out of the car window. "I already can't wait to tell Yang the news." After about 2 hours of driving, they finally arrived at their destination. Susani didn't tell her family that she had finished filming and went home. When she came back, old Mr. E and Lady E weren't around. She wandered around the villa, unlocking and closing her phone. She kept going back and forth between Yang's phone number and WeChat profile picture. However, she didn't disturb Yang, who was working. Instead, she stood by the window, full of anticipation and longing, waiting for Yang to come home. Night fell and a dazzling orange color fell from the sky. Yang's car drove into the villa at the peak of the sunset. He strode into the house and Chenbo said with a smile that Madame was back and had been waiting for him upstairs for a long time. The news of Susani's return really gave Yang a big surprise. He didn't have time to ask or say anything as he strode upstairs. At the top of the stairs on the 3rd floor, he saw Susani leaning against the door with only his head sticking out and smiling at him. Yang stopped in his tracks. Susani came out of the door barefooted and ran towards Yang. He opened his arms towards Yang from afar and jumped onto Yang's body like a swallow. He lightly rode on Yang's body and wrapped his arms around Yang's neck while his legs tightly wrapped around Yang's waist. He lowered his head and kissed Yang with a smile. Yang caught Susani firmly and hugged her steadily. A familiar kiss landed on his lips. It turned into an even more passionate kiss and an even more intimate hug. All the feelings that had accumulated over the past 2 months were ignited at this moment. When old Mr. E and Lady E went upstairs, they didn't hear anything. "Wait, I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Susani hugged Yang's neck. Her eyes were as bright as a clear spring. She only saw Yang and could only accommodate him. "I'm pregnant." Yang was slightly stunned and seemed to find it hard to believe. Looking at his expression, Susani suspected that the child in her belly was not his but another man's. She emphasized, "I have a child." "It's yours." "You're pregnant?" A cry of surprise interrupted Susani's thoughts. Old Mr. E and Lady E were standing at the staircase. The surprise on their faces became more and more intense. "Really, Cindy?" "Yes. It's true. Dad, I told you that my left eye has been twitching recently. Look, isn't this a happy occasion?" "Yes, yes, yes. I told you. Recently, I've been feeling that something happy is going to happen. In this case, we can use the things that we prepared previously. Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away." Lady E looked at Cindy with joy in her eyes. "Yang, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and carry Cindy inside. This child, why isn't she wearing shoes?" The 2 feet that were clamped behind Yang's waist shrank back. "Honey, my feet are cold." "Cover them." Yang carried her with one hand and covered her bare ankles with the other as he carried her into the room. He placed Susani on the bed carefully as if he was treating a fragile object. He squatted in front of the bed and looked at Susani's flat belly. "I have a child?" Susani grabbed his hand and placed it on her belly. "Mr. E, you're going to be a father." Susani could feel the stiffness of his palm. As if he was afraid that he would hurt the baby in her belly, Yang only gently placed his hand on her belly and didn't dare to use too much strength. Susani smiled and looked at Yang casually. "Mr. E, are you nervous?" "You're not so nervous about me." Yang chuckled and retracted his hand. "I'm not nervous. I'm excited." He half straightened his body and kissed Susani's ear gently. "Thank you. I love you." Susani replied, "Me too." "What is it?" "I love you too." The last rays of the setting sun disappeared into the starry sky. The quiet and warm room was quiet. After Susani's last 3 words, no other sound could be heard. Not long after, Susani posted a thought-provoking post on Weibo. She only mentioned one person and attached a photo. The photo was taken when she went to Paris for a fashion show. In the photo, there was a huge square. Under the setting sun, white pigeons spread their wings and flew in the sky. In the middle of the photo, there was a man in a suit who reached out to feed the pigeons. At the same time, Yang posted a photo on his official Weibo account and mentioned someone. In the photo, Susani's eyes were full of smiles as he raised his phone to take a photo. The golden afterglow of the setting sun was between them, and white pigeons were flying around the 2 of them in response to the call. The radiance overflowed, and the entire scene was just perfect. The photo on Susani's phone was exactly the same as the photo she posted on Weibo. The moment the 2 of them posted on Weibo, there were more than 10,000 comments. In less than 5 minutes, Weibo lagged. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Susani is married? And she's married to the boss of the E clan, Yang? Oh my god. She married into a rich family just like that? When did this happen? Look at how ignorant you guys are. Didn't the internet post about their secret marriage a long time ago? Eating melon, they've been married for at least 2 years. With such an outstanding husband, Susani can really keep her composure. Ah, my husband has someone else? I don't believe it." The old fan suddenly burst into tears. The handsome fan has been licking Xianxia's boots for many years. I was afraid that Xianxia would find an ordinary uncle to marry and have children with, and waste that beautiful face of his. Now, Mama is relieved. Ah, I knew it. I've known about Cindy and Yang's marriage for a long time, ha 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 ha. The two of them are so compatible. I wish them all the best. Sob sob sob, I suddenly feel like crying. Xianxia sis, I wish you and Yang a blissful marriage and have children soon. The fans are dumbfounded. This is too sudden, sis. You didn't even give us a heads up. I wish you all the best. A perfect match. What kind of immortal couple is this? I'm a fan. Susani is a winner in life. She's successful in her career and even married the boss of the Yi clan. Won't she be able to do whatever she wants in the entertainment industry in the future? Xianxia sis wishes you all the best. Sherlock Holmes is here. I'm sure that there's something fishy going on between the two of them. Susani is pregnant. Pregnant +1. I'm waiting for steamed bun at the end of the year. My Weibo is lagging. Programmers, work overtime to fix Weibo. Susani and Yang's Weibo was filled with screams and screams. Many celebrities who had worked with Susani before, regardless of whether they had a good relationship with him or not, left messages to congratulate him as if their relationship was as good as heaven. Many fans who were watching the show commented under the comments left by the celebrities. Didn't you publicly mock Susani's character and say that you won't work with her in the future? Why are you so close all of a sudden? Or, didn't you tell a certain female celebrity not to take advantage of you? Why are you commenting on a certain female's Weibo? Susani's Weibo was bustling with activity. Many fans made fun of Susani's Weibo. The comments on Susani's Weibo could be said to be a big drama in the entertainment industry. Weibo reached the top of the hot search list in less than 10 minutes. Because of the public announcement of their relationship, Weibo was paralyzed for a while. Several people in charge of the core department were woken up from their homes and returned to the company to deal with the matter. They gritted their teeth and congratulated the two people who had announced their relationship in the middle of the night again and again. Susani nestled in Yang's arms and scrolled through the comments on Weibo. She looked up and asked him, "Why didn't I receive your at?" "Because you blacklisted me." Susani hurriedly removed his blacklist. Yang looked at the panic in her eyes. It was a sight that he would never get tired of in his life. Although our marriage didn't start with love, fortunately, it can end with love. Cindy. Yes? I love you. End of text. Merry Christmas. That's the end of the text. Thank you everyone for your company for the past 2 months. Thank you very much. All the comments in this chapter will be sent out in red packets. Thank you for your tolerance and support all this time. Love you all. Next will be an extra chapter. Bow. Aside, when Susani had the ability to read minds, pregnancy was a very difficult thing. For Susani, who was pregnant for the first time, it was not only difficult but also painful. Pregnancy would cause one's figure to go out of shape. Susani looked at her belly that was bulging day by day, her waist that was gradually getting wider, and her thighs that she thought were firm. She wanted to cry but had no tears. This was not the worst. In the early stages of pregnancy, she could not eat or sleep well. She was listless all day. When she looked in the mirror, her face was pale and waxy. There was no light in her eyes. It was too ugly. Who was the ugly and fat woman in the mirror? She could not bear to look at her. Where did Susani, who was so beautiful that she could cause the downfall of a nation, go? She could not bear this grievance. Anya, do you have any recommended cosmetics for pregnant women? Pregnant women should stay at home and take care of the pregnancy. Why should you use cosmetics? But I become ugly. Good girl, you won't be ugly even if you're 80 years old. Have you seen a fairy with black circles? Anya was not soft in her words. That's what happens when you use too much eyeshadow. Then have you seen a bald fairy? Should I send you a bottle of moisturizer for pregnant women? Or should I send you a wig? Are you going to brush me off like this? Little ancestor, do you think you're all alone now? There's another one in your belly. Just bear with it for the sake of the child. After 10 months, you'll still be a delicate little fairy. Susani hung up the phone angrily. Pregnant women should not use cosmetics? Pregnant women should not have the right to pursue beauty. She was not a thick-skinned person to begin with. She was afraid that she would vent her anger on her family members who cared about her because of her bad mood during pregnancy. Every time she felt uncomfortable physically and mentally because of her pregnancy, she would open the Weibo post that she and Yang had announced to the public to read the flattery, which made her feel both physically and mentally happy. She clicked on Weibo angrily. A talented man and a beautiful woman. They're a match made in heaven. Congratulations. What kind of winner is Susini? Her career has been so successful, and she even managed to become the lady boss of the Yi clan. Won't she be able to do whatever she wants in the entertainment industry from now on? Sherlock Holmes is here. I'm sure that there's something fishy going on between the two of them. Susini is pregnant. Pregnancy +1. I just don't know if Cindy will become ugly, fat, and have hair like us. What are you talking about? Susini is a fairy. Even if she's pregnant, she won't grow old, ugly, fat, wrinkles, stretch marks, or hair loss. Become ugly, fat, and lose hair. Susini, who came to Weibo to seek comfort, received tons of hurt. Among the comments, there was a small advertisement. After getting pregnant, you lost your figure and your husband started to stay out all night? These 3 things made their relationship as sweet as a honeymoon. It was a good advertisement. It targeted the target audience accurately and grasped the customer's lifeline. He seemed to be even angrier. Her husband started to stay out all night just because she was pregnant and out of shape. What trash man. If it were Yang, he would definitely break his legs. After putting down the phone, Susini sighed deeply. She didn't want to look at herself in the mirror again. She sat on the sofa and pondered about life. Baby, mommy has sacrificed so much for you. Let's work together more happily in the next few months. Let mommy suffer less, and mommy will dote on you more in the future, okay? Her slightly bulging belly didn't give her a response. Her eyelids drooped, and she felt heavier and sleepier. After getting pregnant, her drowsiness was especially obvious. Sometimes, she would feel sleepy just sitting on the sofa for a while. She didn't sleep at this time because she was forcing herself to wait for Yang to come back. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she suddenly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Yang's strange expression. You're awake? Susini took a look and realized that Yang had lifted her up in the air and was about to carry her to the bed. Susini hugged Yang's neck with both hands. Am I fat? Yang lied through his teeth. No. You seem to be a little fat. It's a little difficult for your arms. Susini was shocked. What did you say? I said you're not fat. No, you said I'm fat. I didn't. Then you said it. She had learned from Lady Yi that a pregnant woman shouldn't talk back to her. She should say whatever she wanted and shouldn't make the pregnant woman angry. If the pregnant woman was in a bad mood, it wouldn't be good for the pregnant woman and the baby in her belly. Yang quickly apologized. Okay, I said it. Sorry, I said it wrong. After that, he put her on the bed. Susini was pregnant, and the whole Yi family revolved around her like a spinning top. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all taken care of. First, she ate. Lady Yi found a famous nutritionist in the industry to design meals for her every day so that she wouldn't feel so uncomfortable in the early stages of pregnancy. Next, she wore soft and comfortable clothes. She was not allowed to wear heels that were more than 1 centimeter high. The shoe cabinet was filled with flats that were 1 or 2 sizes bigger. Comfort was the priority. However, when it came to living, Susini was a little speechless. Such a big bed wasn't big enough. Worried that Yang wouldn't sleep well at night, she kicked the baby in Susini's belly and asked Yang to sleep in another room or add a small bed so that he could sleep on the small bed. He was 1.8 meters tall and almost 1.9 meters tall. He didn't feel wrong to sleep on the small bed next to the big bed in the room. Has my skin become a lot worse recently? Susini moved closer to him. Yang looked carefully. No. There seem to be some dark circles under your eyes, and your skin isn't as smooth and shiny as before. Susini looked at him in confusion. You, look carefully. Yang looked carefully. There seemed to be some spots. Susani took a deep breath. Do I have dark circles under my eyes? My skin isn't as smooth and shiny as before? And there are some spots? Yang was stunned. Although he didn't say anything, his expression and gaze answered Susani's question for him. Susani finally understood. This was indeed what Yang said, but it was just what he said in his heart. After all, she had been through a lot. How could she be surprised by such things? Wasn't it good to be able to hear it? There were so many men who despised their wives after they got pregnant and stayed out all night because their wives' figures were out of shape. She could hear Yang's true thoughts and monitor his feelings for her in real time to see if his feelings for her had changed. No, you're as beautiful as before. Have a good rest. I still have some documents to read in the study. Call me if you need anything. Although Susani felt that Yang's words were a little perfunctory, she still nodded. After Yang went out, Susani put on her shoes and quietly leaned against the door of the study to listen to the movements inside. Sini doesn't look too good tonight. Has she not been resting well recently? Ming Ming should ask Mom if there are any cosmetics that can be used during pregnancy. Why don't you pick some gifts for her to make her happy? Jewelry and bags. What should I buy? Take her to the hospital for a checkup in 2 days. There's a meeting tomorrow and a drinking party the day after tomorrow. She has to lie down next week, she sighed heavily. But doesn't she sleep well when she wakes up at 3 or 5 in the morning every day? Could it be that her nutrition can't keep up? Ask the nutritionist tomorrow. Who wrote this report? What kind of work is this? I heard that pregnant people tend to be in a bad mood. Do you have to put aside your work to accompany her? But I don't have the time recently. It's so annoying. I don't want to work anymore. I don't want to work anymore. Forget it, I'd better work. After I'm done, I'll go back to my room and sleep with her. You emphasized the importance of the report in person today, yet you still made it look like this. Do you not want to work anymore? 2 projects failed in a row. What's wrong with Director Zhao recently? I heard that the CEO of MK is interested in Director Zhao and wants to poach him. We have to be careful. I wonder what she's thinking recently. Susani stood outside the study and quietly listened to the worrisome business and worried words coming from the study. She secretly poked her head out to take a look. Yang, who was sitting behind the desk, frowned and leaned back. He rubbed his forehead with his fingertips and closed his eyes to rest. After being married to Yang for so many years, she had never seen Yang really rest for a day. He was so busy that he was dizzy and disoriented, but most of the time, he was thinking about her. Susani felt a warm current flowing slowly from the bottom of her heart to her limbs that were originally cold. This feeling of being cherished like a treasure was something she had never experienced before. She tiptoed into the study and quietly walked to Yang's side. Perhaps he was too tired today, but he didn't even realize that Susani had walked to the side of the desk. It wasn't until a soft, ice-cold hand pressed against his temples that he woke up with a start. Why are you here? He held Susani's hands and felt that they were a little cold. Aren't you tired? Rest early, I'm almost done with work. It's okay, I'm not sleepy. I just wanted to come over and accompany you. Susani pulled her hands out of his palms and stood behind his office chair. She continued to rub his forehead. I'm not cold. Seeing that you're so tired, I wanted to help you relax. Yang was still worried. Be good and go back to rest first. I'm really fine. Susani straightened his body. Continue to work. I'm an adult. I'll go and rest when I'm tired and sleepy. Are you really fine? Susani shook her head. Weren't you in a bad mood just now? Why did you suddenly, hubby, don't worry. I sleep very well every day now. I sleep until dawn. I like the food made by the nutritionist that Mom arranged for me every day. The number of times I vomit has decreased a lot. I've gained weight recently. Also, Mom accompanied me for a checkup 2 days ago. The baby and I are very healthy. You don't have to worry. Although I'm in a bad mood sometimes, as long as I think of the baby in my stomach, I'll be in a good mood, so you don't have to think about squeezing time to accompany me. But, Susani hugged his neck from behind and rested her head on his shoulder. She said, Yang, I married you to share the burden of the family for you, not to cause you trouble. I don't think you're my trouble. She tilted her head and looked at Yang. She said seriously, but you make me feel that I'm your trouble. Don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. I'll try my best to adjust my mood and temper. I'll sleep well and eat well. If I feel uncomfortable, I'll go to the doctor. If I really can't control my emotions, I'll talk to you. But don't spend too much time worrying about me, okay? I'm really fine. It's just a small problem. Seeing the determination and seriousness in Susanie's eyes, Yang's Adam's apple bobbed. He kissed her cheek. Okay. Susanie smiled in satisfaction. Then work hard. I'll go back to my room to rest. Under Yang's gaze, Susanie slowly left the study. From Yang's desk to the door, she didn't hear anything. It was indeed 10 o'clock. It was time to sleep. Susanie lay down to rest. In her sleep, she felt that someone seemed to be lying beside her. Although she didn't open her eyes, she knew that it was Yang. She reached out in a daze and hugged him. The warm body temperature and familiar smell made her feel very at ease. Just as she was on the verge of falling asleep, a sentence suddenly flashed through Susanie's mind, waking her up abruptly. There was only a small lamp at the head of the bed. Under the dim light, Susanie saw Yang lying on the small bed beside her. He didn't take half a step past the minefield. She carefully propped up her upper body with her elbow and reached for Yang's phone at the head of the bed. Gritting her teeth, she finally got hold of it. Yang tilted his head and moved it. Susanie was so shocked that she froze and didn't dare to move. Like a thief. She quietly unlocked Yang's phone, found the alarm option on the main interface, and clicked on it. She turned off the 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and 5 o'clock alarms on the alarm clock. Then she quietly put the phone back in place. Yang turned a corner. Susanie hurriedly lay back in place and shrank into Yang's arms. Yang? Half asleep and half awake, Yang instinctively replied, yes? I'm cold. Yang leaned toward her and hugged Susanie tighter in his arms. It's a foreign episode, everyone has a choice. When Susanie had the ability to read minds, this part is about the two of them being sweet and raising a baby. What else does everyone want to see? Spring passed in the blink of an eye. Susanie's belly grew bigger day by day, and all kinds of activities and announcements were stopped. In fact, in the early stages of her pregnancy, all her work had been suspended, and she did not appear in front of the public again. It was also because of this short period of absence that many fans who followed her because of her marriage with Yang smelled a trace of something unusual. Gradually, under Susanie and Yang's public Weibo post, the comments speculating about the pregnancy news became a hot comment. According to my observation, it has been 5 months since Susanie and Yang announced their relationship. In these 5 months, Susanie did not appear in the magazines and shows that she was supposed to appear in. After Witness, Susanie did not act in any movies or television series. Her pregnancy is confirmed. Let me reveal something. She is pregnant. She had a prenatal checkup at the hospital where my friend works. I heard from my friend that Yang personally accompanied her throughout the checkup. The photos are on the homepage. If you don't believe me, you can go to my homepage to see the photos. The Weibo post that broke the news went viral very quickly. Many fans clicked on the homepage. On the first day, the Weibo post was secretly taken photos of Susanie's prenatal checkup. It was a private hospital. In the wide corridor, there were a total of 6 to 7 security guards protecting the two people in the middle. Susanie was in Yang's arms. His expression was calm and serious, and there was a coldness that prevented strangers from getting close. However, in the next photo, Susanie was wearing loose clothes. From the faint arching of her lower abdomen, it was enough to tell. She looked up and seemed to be saying something to Yang. The moment Yang lowered his head, his side profile was in sharp contrast to the coldness in the previous photo. Because of this news, many photos of the two people's prenatal checkup gradually came out. Hashtag Susanie's pregnancy hashtag topic became a hot search. Ah, she is really pregnant. It's confirmed. I guessed it when they announced their relationship. She is indeed pregnant. Look at Susanie's belly. Before the end of the year, there might be buns in it. She married into a rich family while her career was on the rise. She got married and had a child. Her husband is handsome and rich. What kind of winner in life is she? It's a good thing that everyone will die in the end. Otherwise, I would really feel unbalanced. There are so many people protecting the prenatal checkup. When I think of the bustling crowd of people squeezing into the elevator during my prenatal checkup, I feel as sour as lemon juice. How did Susani capture President E? Are you considering publishing a book? I'll buy it. So Susani is firmly seated in the palace? If she marries into a rich family and has a son, her status will be stable. Didn't they say that Susani came from a good family? She couldn't say that she had married into a rich family, right? How can a fallen noble family be considered a noble family? At most, it's just a marriage alliance between noble families. Susani felt that there was nothing to hide about her pregnancy. She didn't make it public at the beginning because she thought that it was only her personal matter. There was no need to make a special announcement because of her pregnancy. It wouldn't be too late to make it public after the child was born. In the blink of an eye, the leaves withered and turned yellow. The courtyard of the old villa was covered with a layer of golden withered leaves. It was golden and beautiful. Susani didn't let anyone sweep the yard. She often walked around the courtyard with her belly. She stepped on the layers of withered leaves, which were soft and creaky. Sometimes, she waited for the afterglow of the setting sun on the horizon. Sometimes, she waited for Yang to come home. Then, he accompanied her and quietly walked around the courtyard. On the day of delivery, Susani actually felt a little flustered. She felt that something was going to happen. It wasn't until the middle of the night that she felt that something was wrong. Her stomach started to hurt. She quickly woke up Yang, who was beside her. She looked anxious and couldn't say anything. She only pointed at her stomach, not knowing what to do. Compared to Susani's panic, Yang got up calmly and made a call. After arriving at the hospital, Susani didn't suffer much. She gave birth not long after she was sent to the delivery room. It was a little boy who weighed 7.5 kilograms. The little monkey was wrinkled when he was carried out. He obediently closed his eyes and slept. Mrs. Yi's delivery went smoothly. It's a boy. The nurse carried the child and went to Yang's side. Yang, who was a first-time father, looked at the baby in the swaddling clothes. He took the baby from the nurse's hand stiffly and held him in his arms in a strange position. It was also strange. The baby, who had been sleeping soundly, burst into tears the moment Yang took him. His loud and clear voice echoed throughout the entire floor. Old Mystery laughed at him. You and your father will have a lot of fun in the future. After giving birth, the first thing Susani saw was Yang, who was guarding by the bed. Where's the baby? Here. Lady Yi smiled and carried the baby over. I knew you wanted to see him when you woke up, so I didn't let the nurse carry him out. Look, it's a boy. Susani looked at the baby in Lady Yi's arms and wanted to sit up to take a closer look. Yang supported her back and helped her sit up. The red and wrinkled baby looked like a little old man. Susani almost cried at first sight. So ugly, it's not ugly. Newborn babies are all like this. They'll look better when they grow up. In order to dispel Susani's doubts, Lady Yi smiled and said, Yang looked like this when he was born. Susani was relieved. Old Mystery smiled and said that he had given the baby a name, Qian. The old man looked at his great-grandson with unconcealable love and affection in his eyes. The people in the ward left one after another. Yang sat by her bed. Does it still hurt? She shook her head. It doesn't hurt anymore. I didn't suffer much. I gave birth immediately. The doctor said that the baby is obedient. Okay. Susani held his slightly trembling hand and heard Yang's words that made her heart tremble. God bless. I'll never give birth again. A week later, Susani was discharged from the hospital. The baby, who was still in swaddling clothes, was taken care of meticulously by the whole family. 3 nannies and 3 confinement matrons took turns to take care of the baby 24 hours a day. The baby was still young and only knew how to cry, but the toys prepared for him were already piled up in the room. Old Mystery was even more generous. He put all the good things in his precious great-grandson's room. One room couldn't hold all of them, so he opened another room for the baby. Yang couldn't stand it and reminded him that the baby was still young and there was no need to buy so many things. However, Old Mystery said, "What's wrong with me buying things for my great-grandson? I don't need them now, but they'll come in handy one day." Obviously, Old Mystery had forgotten what he had once said about not being extravagant. Moreover, from his words, it wasn't hard to tell that he meant to give the child whatever he liked in the future. He wasn't worried about raising the child to be a playboy. The baby grew up day by day. Just as Lady had said, he was fair and tender. His eyes, which resembled a Yang's, were watery and bright, like two clear black grapes. Anyone who saw him would sincerely exclaim, "What a beautiful child." In response, Susini proudly said, "I gave birth to him." Yang also learned to be a good father. When he was free, he would personally feed the baby and change the baby's diapers. However, the father and son were really like what Old Mystery had said outside the delivery room. They were really quarreling. As soon as Yang fed the baby, who was happily eating in the confinement nanny's arms 1 second ago, stopped eating the next second. He pouted and looked at Yang as if he was frightened. When he changed the baby's diapers, the baby, who was extremely obedient 1 second ago, burst into tears the next second. Therefore, after 3 setbacks, the good father resolutely gave up and said that he would be a strict father in the future. He would teach the baby well and shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Yi clan. Susini looked at the baby in her arms with pity. "You're so young, yet you don't know how to please your father. You're so repulsed by your father. Now you're finished. When you grow up, let's see how your father will torture you." Unfortunately, the baby in the swaddling clothes spat out bubbles and waved his 2 chubby little hands. He looked ignorant and fearless as he giggled at Susini. Perhaps it was because of the hatred from their previous lives. After the baby learned how to crawl, the first thing he called out was "Mommy," the second was "Grandma," and the third was "Great-Grandpa." The whole family tried their best to wait for the baby to call him Daddy, but the baby just didn't say the word Daddy. Yang's face darkened visibly. However, Susini wasn't worried at all that Yang didn't like the baby. Because one night when she woke up in the middle of the night, Yang was nowhere to be seen. She got up and went to look for him. Outside the baby's room, she heard Yang's soft voice coaxing the baby. "Call me Daddy, 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 Daddy will give you this toy. Be good, call me Daddy, Daddy, Daddy." Susini covered her mouth outside the door to try not to laugh out loud. She couldn't help but poke her head out to look into the room. Yang stood in front of the baby's bed. He held a toy in his hand and coaxed the energetic baby on the bed, calling him Daddy over and over again. In the end, the confrontation between the father and son ended with the baby's muffled papa sound. It was worth mentioning that on the first anniversary of the baby's birth, the movie Witness, directed by Su Dao, which Susini starred in, was scheduled to be released on the 1st of next month. The film company hoped that Susini could cooperate with the promotion. Susini agreed very generously. She took a photo of the baby's little fist and posted it on Weibo. The chubby little fist was so cute. She gave birth, she really gave birth. Congratulations to Sini for becoming a mother. Heart, based on Susini and Yang's looks, the baby's looks are absolutely heaven-defying. Is it too late for me to give birth to a daughter now? Congratulations. The woman I love the most and the man I love the most have a child. Choking, in less than half an hour, the topic #Susini gave birth became a trending topic. The film crew also joined in the fun. The entire staff of Witness sends their congratulations. The movie rode on the wave of popularity and relied on its strong plot and the acting skills of the lead and supporting roles. On the first day of release, the movie grossed 50 million yuan and became a dark horse among the recently released movies. The box office rose sharply with the word of mouth. In just a week, the movie grossed 500 million yuan. By the end of the screening, it had accumulated 1.4 billion yuan. 1.4 billion yuan at the box office was undoubtedly a huge success for a low-budget movie and for Su Dao, who was directing a movie for the first time. Susini's reputation also rose because of this. After this movie, her acting skills were completely recognized. This recognition not only referred to the recognition of the fans and audience, but also the recognition of the directors and investors in the industry. People were in high spirits when they were in a good mood, but when they were happy, something happened. On the way to the celebration party, Susani was a little delayed because she was at home taking care of the baby. Seeing that the celebration party was about to end and there were not many people in the suburbs of the villa area, she couldn't help but step on the gas pedal. As soon as she stepped on the gas pedal, something happened. She didn't notice that there was a car coming out of the fork on the right in front of her. The moment she almost crashed into it, Susani instinctively turned the steering wheel to the left and hit a stone pillar by the roadside. Fortunately, there were no cars or people here at night. Susani didn't suffer any injuries, but the front of the car was seriously damaged and couldn't be driven. She immediately called Yang. "Hubby, I had a car accident." Susani's voice on the phone was a little weak. On the other end of the phone, Yang's heart skipped a beat when he heard that Susani had a car accident. "Are you hurt?" "I'm not hurt." The person on the phone obviously heaved a sigh of relief. Susani told him her location. "Wait for me there. I'll be there soon." In less than 10 minutes, Yang drove over. There was a car behind him, and there were people in the car to deal with the aftermath. Once they got out of the car, Yang carefully checked Susani from head to toe. After confirming that she was really not hurt, Yan Jun's expression became a little better. "Get in the car first. They'll deal with this." Susani obediently followed behind him and got into the car to go home. Along the way, Yang's expression was gloomy and ugly. His brows were furrowed so tightly that they could squeeze a fly to death. "Tell me, what's going on?" "I was a little anxious. I didn't notice that there was a car at the fork in front and stepped on the gas pedal." Yang looked at her with a sullen expression. "Susani, do you know that you had a car accident today? Do you think this is a small matter? Did you see your car? Look at how badly it's been hit. You're glad that you're not hurt, but what if? What if you're hurt? How can you say such things at a time like this? How infuriating." Susani heard Yang's heartfelt words. She thought for a moment, then judged the situation and apologized. "I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. I was careless today. I won't be so impatient next time." "There won't be a next time," Yang said. "I'll get the chauffeur to send you out next time." Susani was stunned. She reacted and said loudly, "What do you mean? You won't let me drive? I've been driving for so many years. I was just careless today. My driving skills are very good. I don't need a chauffeur." "You do." "I don't need one. How dare you say that your driving skills are good when your car is in such a state? How infuriating." "No, she's not allowed to drive for at least half a year." Susani glared at Yang, not wanting to give in. Yang ignored her. He sat on the side in low spirits and didn't even look at her. The place where the accident happened was not far from the old mansion. They returned to the old mansion in less than 10 minutes. Old Mr. E and Lady E were waiting anxiously in the living room downstairs. When they saw that Sunny had returned, they hurriedly asked her, "Are you okay? I heard from Yang that you were in a car accident. Are you hurt?" "Grandpa, Mom, I'm fine. I'm not hurt." Both of them sighed. "You child, how can you be so careless? Fortunately, you didn't hurt yourself. Be careful next time." Yang didn't stop after entering the house. He went straight upstairs through the living room. Susani called him, but he didn't respond. Looking at Susani's defeated expression, old Mr. E and Lady E looked at each other. "You're so reckless. You don't know how scary Yang looked when he received the call just now. You didn't even change your shoes and ran upstairs." Susani then realized that Yang was wearing home shoes. Her anger at Yang suddenly calmed down and was replaced by an inexplicable sense of guilt. "I'm sorry, Grandpa, Mom. I made you worry. It's good that you're okay. Go upstairs and see Yang first." Susani nodded and went upstairs to the study. At the door of the study, Susani smiled. "Honey, I'll only say 2 things. First, I'll arrange a driver for you. You're not allowed to drive anymore. Second, go back to your room and sleep. I'm very angry now. I'll sleep with you later. Susani pursed her lips. She could feel the tension in Yang's territory. She didn't go over and went back to her room to sleep. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the bed beside Susani was sunken. The moment Yang lay down, a hand reached over and hugged Yang's waist. The lights in the room were very bright. Susani rested her head on his ear and looked at him with pleading eyes. Are you still angry? Forget it. But he said, I'm still angry. Susani smiled and hugged him. Don't be angry. I'll drive more seriously in the future. In the future? There's no future. Susani coaxed him. Bring a driver when you go out. They could talk about the future in the future. She didn't believe that Yang would still remember this in a few days. Even if he remembered, she could drive her own car outside. Yang couldn't keep an eye on her 24/7, could he? There would always be an opportunity. Because of this incident, Susani went out with a driver for a long time. But wherever she went with the driver, she felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at her. Many times, she felt very uncomfortable. She knew in her heart that Yang was doing this for her own good. He was worried about her, so she endured it. But after enduring for a while, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore when she saw Anya's beautiful and flashy silver gray sports car. Anya, your sports car? Anya got out of the sports car and took off her sunglasses. She smiled and said, what do you think? Beautiful. Cool. Of course. This is a sports car that I ordered for a whole year. Of course, it's beautiful. Get in the car. Susani nodded hurriedly. The garage of the Yi family's old mansion and Yi Pin Lan Ting's garage were all luxury cars worth millions. Susani also had a car under her name, but she didn't have a sports car. The sea breeze that came from the road along the river blew Susani's hair in the air. Looking at the blue sky and the blue sea, in the endless line of sight, the thrill of the racing car couldn't help but scream. Susani had experienced the thrill of a sports car. She counted the money in her vault. It was more than enough to buy a sports car. She had never been a person who would sacrifice herself. That day, she browsed through all kinds of sports cars and finally fixed her eyes on a red Ferrari sports car. With the smooth lines and beautiful colors, Susani knew at first glance that this sports car belonged to her. But it was a limited edition worldwide. It was even rarer in the country. Also, there were conditions to purchase it. One had to be the owner of the Ferrari or a member of the Ferrari club. Of course, Susani didn't meet any of these conditions. Anya reminded her tactfully that if she had connections, she could also buy it. Susani thought about it. She didn't seem to have any connections in this area. Your husband definitely has them. Her words woke her up from her dream. Susani hurried home to please him. Belts, ties, watches, cufflinks, and gifts were placed in front of Yang one by one. Yang looked at her warily. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Although Yang saw through her at a glance, Susani still didn't blush. I saw these when I was shopping today, so I bought them especially for you. Don't worry, they're expensive. In order to tell Yang how expensive these gifts were, Susani showed him the pictures. Yang glanced at the price. It was indeed not bad. What's the matter? Susani thought about it and said, it's nothing. I just wanted to say that I've been going out with the driver for a long time recently. It's been almost half a year. If you want to drive, just drive. It's only a little. Drive slowly. Susani looked at him emotionally. Honey, you're so nice. Is there anything else? Susani smiled and stammered, there's a small matter. Yang looked at Susani's expression. It doesn't seem like a small matter. I just want to buy something. Not enough money? I have money. Susani emphasized that although the price of the sports car was as high as 8 figures, she could afford it. It was just that she didn't have the means to buy it. I just can't buy it myself. Honey, can you help me? What is it? You have to promise me first. How can I promise you if you don't tell me? It's just a small thing. It's just a matter of talking to you. Yang narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Susani. Your attitude is not right. You keep dawdling in front of me. There must be something fishy. Susani, well, I want to buy a car. You don't have enough cars at home? No, I like a car, but there's a condition for buying it. Honey, you're knowledgeable and have connections. Can you help me ask? Yang was a little worried that she wanted to buy a car right after he agreed to let her drive. Forget it. You're a mother now. You shouldn't be as reckless as before. What car? Seeing that Yang agreed, Susani smiled and said, La Ferrari. Realizing that it was a sports car, Yang instantly turned hostile. Susani, you want to drive a sports car right after the accident? Don't even think about it. Didn't you promise me just now? I didn't promise you a sports car. I didn't ask you to buy it. I'll buy it myself. I'll pay for it myself. Then go buy it yourself. Don't ask me. Susani gritted her teeth. Are you buying it or not? Yang said decisively, no. Are you going to help me? No. How dare you do such a dangerous thing like racing? How infuriating. Seeing that he was about to fan the flames, Susani's temper softened. Hubby, I really like that sports car. I promise you, I'll drive it properly. I won't race. Nothing will happen. Yang did not believe a word of Susani's nonsense. It's true. And you see, I'm usually busy with work. I don't have time to drive when I'm on set or when I'm on the way to work. How could I? Then why did you buy it? His words made Susani speechless for a long time. Susani flew into a rage out of humiliation. This D*MN man was getting better and better at making use of every opportunity. She went all out. I'll buy it and put it in the garage. As long as I can have it, I'll be happy. Yang looked at her calmly. That's easy to say. Will you still drive it after you buy it? You can't believe that. Susani said. Fine, I won't buy it. Susani walked away stubbornly. What a joke. There were so many sports cars. It wasn't like she only had one. She could have just bought something else. Why did she have to beg Yang? Moreover, she, Susani, was also a woman who had established herself in the entertainment industry. Okay, she didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to find some connections. However, that night, Susani scrolled through her WeChat moments and contacts. Other than a few people who couldn't be contacted, she looked for everyone else, but there was no one who could help. Should she look for Anya? Anya's sports car had been reserved for a year. No matter how she looked at it, Yang was the most reliable. However, the most reliable person wasn't willing to help her. Unable to find anyone to help her, Susani sat in the corner of the sofa and didn't say anything. When Yang returned to the room, he saw the person curled up in the corner of the sofa. When she saw that he was back, she looked up at him with pitiful eyes. Yang, do you not love me anymore? Yang didn't want to talk to her. Hubby, I feel so bad. I want to cry. Susani thought that Yang would at least comfort her, right? The two of them hugged each other tenderly and whispered sweet nothings to each other. When their feelings were strong, would Yang agree? Unexpectedly, Yang opened his mouth and said, cry if you want. Listen, is Yang, this dog of a man, saying human words? But I want to cry in the Ferrari. On the matter of the sports car, Yang didn't give in. Susani was still traumatized from the car accident. How could she still want to drive a sports car? He would never agree to let Susani put himself on the edge of a knife. It was always best to get what you couldn't get. After being depressed for 2 consecutive days, Susani locked his gaze on the innocent-looking Bao, who was drooling profusely. Raising a baby for 1,000 days, using the baby for a moment. Baby, mommy has put her hopes on you. When the baby saw his mother coming over, he waved his 2 chubby little hands at her with a smile. He had no idea what his mother, who was full of motherly love, was thinking. This is the end of the next chapter. Let's see what to write in the next chapter. I'll let you know. Let's pick and see. I'll recommend a romantic novel, sweet novel, sweet novel. Click here to see how the dog of a man woos his ex-wife. You definitely won't lose out. Understanding the richest man's ex-wife, Su Xiaojing, have you really never thought of reconciling with Wang Mingyuan for a moment? Su Jing put up 3 fingers. I, Su Jing, swear on my dog head that I will never get back together with Wang Mingyuan in my life. It was rumored that the new richest man in China, Wang Mingyuan, was handsome and gentle like jade. He was the #1 male god in the eyes of 80-year-old women and young girls. However, nonsense, I only have 2 wishes in my life. First, to do well in Jichuang and make it a valuable and meaningful company. Second, to make that woman regret it. Crying and begging to get back together with me. Bad friend 1, get back together with you? Wang Mingyuan, then I'll ruthlessly reject her. Bad friend 2, reject? Wang Mingyuan, if she kneels down and sincerely admits her mistake, then it's not impossible to agree, bad friend 1. 2. Crazy. Red packets dropped from favorite comments. The little guy was 1.5 years old this year. He was chubby from head to toe, and his facial features were not fully developed yet. However, his eyes were exactly the same as his father's. His dark and deep eyes would deceive many girls when he grew up. When the baby saw his mother, he immediately ran over to her with his 2 short legs. He hugged Susani's calf and looked up at her while mumbling a string of unknown sentences. Susani hugged him in her arms. The little guy grinned as if he knew that he was being hugged by his mother. His little chubby legs kicked down powerfully as he waved his hands and couldn't wait to shout, "Mama, Mama, Madam, little master smiles when he sees you." He doesn't smile much when you're not around. Susani smelled the baby's milky fragrance and kissed his chubby cheeks. His soft cheeks were white and tender, and the baby giggled when he kissed him. Baby likes mommy the most, right? That's why he smiles when he sees mommy. Perhaps it was because of Yang's innate genes, the baby grew faster than other babies of the same age from birth. His 2 chubby legs were wobbly, and he didn't need anyone to help him walk. He was especially strong. He learned how to call his parents before he was 1 year old. Now, he could speak a string of sentences, although no one could understand these sentences. For example, now. Baby, come, read after mommy. Car, Susani placed a sports car model in front of the baby. She pointed at the toy and said, "Do you want to play with cars?" The baby nodded and mumbled a soft word, "Yes, read after mommy." Car, the baby obediently read after her. Book, good boy. Susani hugged the little guy and kissed him. She shamelessly praised herself. I wonder which beautiful and smart mother gave birth to such a smart child. She carried him around the house again. This is Flower. Come, read after mommy. Flower Fafa. Susani hugged him and sniffed the roses. Flowers are fragrant, right? Fafafa. The baby seemed to be sensitive to fragrance. When he smelled the roses, he waved his hands and wanted to grab them. Susani quickly grabbed his chubby hands. No, you can't grab them. This is a gift from daddy to mommy. The baby grabbed the bright red roses with both hands. Susani took a rose from among them. Baby, what is this? Fafa, yes, this is Flower. Fafa. Fafa, Susani persevered and pointed at the sports car. Baby, come, listen to me. What is this? Fafa. Children were easily attracted by brightly colored things, and their eyes kept glancing at the roses. This is Che Che. Come, repeat after mama. Che Che. Fafa. Fafa Fafa. Baby, this is Fafa, Fafa. Fafa. The mother and son looked at each other for a while. The baby, who was the size of a little bean, was defeated. He mumbled, Fafa, that's right. Let mommy tell you. This is Ferrari. Come, Fafa Fafa. 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 Susani was mentally and physically exhausted the entire afternoon. However, the more frustrated she was, the braver she became. She vowed to make the baby, who only had eyes for Fafa, say those 3 words. The nanny and confinement nanny hired by the Yi family to take care of Qian had been very free recently. The reason was that Susani had been taking care of the baby at home. Sometimes, the 2 of them would stay in the room. Occasionally, the confinement nanny would bring in milk powder. They could hear Susani teaching the baby how to speak. They could vaguely hear the words Fafa and Fafa. At the headquarters of the Yi clan, everyone in the conference room looked serious. The cooperation with the Jiang group had been going smoothly. Over the past 2 years, the Jiang group and the Yi clan had benefited a lot from this cooperation. However, there had also been a lot of trouble. Because of an oversight by the Yi clan, the cooperation between the two parties had been suspended for 3 working days. Although it had been salvaged, the losses were too great. The current meeting was to hold them accountable. Yang's expression had not been good since he stepped into the conference room. Every word that came out of his mouth made the executives of the various departments bow their heads and sigh. The entire conference room was silent. Yang looked around in silence and said slowly, "I don't want to hear any of you shirking responsibility for this matter." The responsibility. Before he could finish, the phone beside his hand lit up. Yang looked down and saw that it was a voice message from Susini. He ignored it. However, a second and third voice message came in one after another. Was there an emergency? Yang thought for 2 seconds and shot a look at the vice president sitting beside him. He picked up his phone and stood up. The assistant at the door opened the door of the conference room. Yang unlocked his phone and opened WeChat as he walked out. He put the phone to his ear and listened to the voice message. "Papa." An immature voice was heard and instantly resounded throughout the entire conference room, breaking the depressing atmosphere in the conference room. However, the next voice message was played automatically. "Harala. Buy it for Mama." Yang's expression did not change. He only tightened his grip on his phone and walked out of the conference room unhurriedly. The door of the conference room closed. The serious people in the conference room were stunned for a moment. Then, they smiled in unison. The vice president who had stood up to preside over the meeting heaved a sigh of relief. When President Yi came in later, the meeting would be much more relaxed. Yang turned off his phone outside the conference room and entered a lounge. After closing the door, he opened WeChat. 2 more voice messages came in. "Pamphlet. Buy it for Papa." The tender voice came. Yang could not help laughing in a low voice. Although his heart softened, he just coughed twice and said in a stiff voice, "Susini, what are you teaching the child to say all day long?" On the other end of the phone, Susini unhappily turned off the phone. What did he mean by teaching the child to say all day long? What did she teach him? In the past few days, she had taught the baby a lot of words. What the eyes could see, what the nose could smell, and what the ears could hear. She had not only taught him the word Ferrari. How annoying. "Baby, Papa said that I led you astray." Did Mama lead you astray? Little Yi Qian's little head turned back and forth and he laughed. "Papa is back. Let's ignore him. Mama will sleep with you tonight," Susini said righteously. She had made up her mind to give Yang the silent treatment. She would not say a word to him if he did not apologize. At night, Yang returned home. The family ate quietly at the dining table. At the dinner table, Old Master Yi and Mrs. Yi said a few words about little Yi Qian. Since the baby was so smart, it was better to prepare for it as soon as possible. Yang and Susini seemed to have forgotten what happened during the day. They did not mention it and did not talk much. Yang had always been a quiet person, so he did not find it strange. Susini was a chatterbox, so it was strange that she did not talk much. When they left the dining table, Old Mystery asked, "Yang, what's wrong with Sini today? She didn't talk much during dinner. Did something happen recently?" Yang reacted belatedly. He put down his bowl and chopsticks. "I'll go take a look." In the baby's room, Susini was playing with building blocks with little Yi Qian. She was very smart. Yang stood at the door and watched for a while. He saw Susini hugging little Yi Qian and kissing him. The smile on her face did not show that she was in a bad mood. He walked in slowly. Susini looked in the direction of the voice. The smile on Yang's face suddenly disappeared. With just one look, Yang was sure that Susini was angry with him. "But, why are you angry with me? Because of that voice?" Susini sneered in her heart. "So you know it's because of that voice. But I didn't say anything wrong. Forget it, just apologize." Today, Susini was even angrier. Who cared about an apology that was obviously perfunctory? She glared at him and interrupted his apology. She said coldly, "I'll sleep with the baby tonight. Go back to your room and rest." "Are you angry? If I apologize with a Ferrari, will she forgive me?" Susani, ? Wait. The word Ferrari seriously provoked Susani. She thought about the current situation seriously. Yang's attitude today was indeed bad. However, wasn't the most important thing for a husband and wife to tolerate and understand each other? It was not necessary to be cold and violent after a few words. The Ferrari was not important. What was important was that the relationship between husband and wife was too bad. It was not good for the baby's growth. Moreover, during this period of time, she did want to use the baby to get Yang to buy her a Ferrari. In this matter, her original intention was wrong. It was wrong. She cleared her throat and asked condescendingly, Why are you here?" Yang stood outside the door and looked at her without blinking. He remained silent. Her gaze made Susani feel guilty, as if his thoughts had been seen through. "If you have something to say, just say it." Little Qian turned to look at Yang in her arms. "A car. Papa wants to buy a car." Susani was helpless. She touched little Qian's little head and said, "What happened today was my fault. I won't teach him anything in the future, okay?" Little Qian looked at Susani blankly with his grape-like eyes. "What happened today was also my fault. I don't mean to blame you. I'm sorry." Susani curled her lips and said, "Then I'll forgive you for now." "You're not angry anymore?" Susani shook her head. "Okay, if you're not angry, I'll go back to my room first." Susani, who had been looking forward to seeing Yang, watched him leave the baby's room. Left, gone, where was the Ferrari? Didn't he say that he would apologize with the Ferrari? Where was the car? Susani felt that Yang had fooled her. She went to the bedroom angrily and wanted to ask him clearly. There was no one in the room, but there was movement in the bathroom. Susani gritted her teeth and was about to knock on the bathroom door when she saw a strange gift box on the table in the room with her sharp eyes. Susani knew that this strange gift box had never existed before tonight, from the big bed to Yang's cufflinks. Then, did Yang bring it back today, a gift, for someone else? Who else could the gift be for? Susani walked over with the intention of looking at it casually. The square, palm-sized gift box was very exquisite. There was a layer of gold gilding on the outside of the box. It looked very expensive. She picked it up and weighed it. She heard something inside, but couldn't tell what it was. It was probably some kind of necklace or jewelry. Yang only bought gifts like this. Susani sighed. Click, the gift box was opened. The key of a Ferrari sports car was quietly placed in the middle of the gift box. Car key, Ferrari car key, Ferrari. Susani's heart stopped for a moment, and then she came back to her senses. Her heart was beating uncontrollably, and her brain was buzzing. Looking at the car key in front of her, she felt like she was in a dream. The thing she had been longing for was actually in her hands. Did Yang prepare this for her? So Yang had been preparing to buy a Ferrari for her for a long time? But he didn't say anything? To give her a surprise? Was it real or fake? Was he just buying a car key model to deceive her? But thinking about it, Yang shouldn't be doing such a thing. This was indeed a surprise. Susani was so surprised that she couldn't stop smiling. She didn't even hear Yang's footsteps behind her. When she came back to her senses, Yang had already held her in his arms and whispered in her ear, "Do you like it?" Susani turned around and swept her lips across his cheek. "You specially prepared it for me? When did you start preparing it?" "The day after you mentioned it." Susani looked at him, and he was the only one in her eyes. Yang met her gaze and said, "I've thought about it carefully. You're my wife. As long as you want it, I should give it to you. So if you have anything in the future, just tell me directly. Don't hide it in your heart. I'm your husband. As long as you ask, I can solve anything for you. Then aren't you afraid, when you go out, remember that I, Qian, Grandpa, and Mom are waiting for you at home. That's enough. I believe in your discretion." She turned around and faced Yang, tiptoed and kissed him. "Aren't you going to see the car?" Susani smiled and wrapped her arms around his neck. Tell me, I'll tell you whatever I want, as long as I ask. Her warm breath sprinkled on Yang's lips. Susani looked down his chin and gently bit his Adam's apple. I want you now, can I? His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. The next second, Susani was lifted into the air. The small bed next to the big bed in the master bedroom had been removed early after the baby was born. Yang was added to the big bed. Susani always said that he took up too much space. At night, she always used this as an excuse to burrow into his arms and succeeded repeatedly. It's so big. I mean the bed. Tonight, Susani was rubbed into his bones and blood, and then, the moonlight shyly hid in the dark clouds. Under the night sky, the whole city was brightly lit. Among the thousands of lights, there is one that belongs to me. Sorry, I thought I had asked for leave. When I came up, I saw that I didn't. I'm really sorry. Susani and Yang's narration ended here. Next, I considered Luo Jia x Anya's narration, Jiang Hui x Su Wei's narration, Little A's independent narration, and Jiang Mian's narration. They're all very short and not long. Everyone can choose to read them. Also, Sini and Yang's public narration, I actually added the ending chapter later. But recently, for some reason, the article can't be edited, so I haven't put it up. Tomorrow, I'll ask the editor when it can be done and edit it as soon as possible. If the ending chapter is edited, there will be an edit notification. At that time, if everyone is interested, you can refresh the ending chapter and read it again. It's the last day of 2019. I wish everyone a happy last day of 2019. Mua Luo Jia x Anya's family background was not bad. Her father was a somewhat famous businessman, and her mother was an intelligent housewife. She was the only daughter, and her parents doted on her 100%. At that time, she was still young, and she could have anything she wanted. She was carefree and thought that she was the happiest person in the world. Later, the family's house changed from a small two-room apartment to a large flat, and then to a large villa. Her father's business grew bigger and bigger, and gradually, the news of him keeping a mistress spread. Hearing such ridiculous rumors, Anya snorted in disdain. That night, she even repeated these words to her parents at the dinner table. Her father smiled and told her not to listen to the rumors outside, and her mother gently picked up food for her. The whole family was laughing and chatting happily, just like before. The next day, there were still people gossiping in front of her. Anya ignored them and did not believe a word. Until one day, she went to the mall with her friends to buy a holiday gift for her teacher. At the entrance of a luxury store in the mall, she saw her father enter the store with a young and beautiful woman. She found the woman, splashed her with paint, and told her to stay away from her father. When she splashed the paint, her father watched at the door. After she finished venting, he pulled her into the office and told her, "Dad was wrong. Dad will never associate with these women again. You will always be Dad's favorite little princess." The little princess believed her father's words, but when she saw her father hugging another woman again, she knew that she had been deceived. Not only had she been deceived, but her mother had as well. She told her mother about this with anger. She wanted to tell her that the man who had always said that he loved her had many confidants outside. That man did not deserve her love. But her mother just listened quietly. After she finished venting hysterically, she told her calmly that everyone had their own way of life. This was the way they lived as husband and wife. They did not interfere with each other and did not disturb each other. Her mother also told her that she used to hide it from her because she was young, but now that she had grown up, she should learn to accept that not all parents loved each other. Anya grew up in the care of her parents. She thought that her parents loved each other. She didn't expect that love could be faked. At night, she watched as her father, who claimed that he had not returned from a business trip for a few days, returned home with expensive gifts for her and a bouquet of beautiful roses for her mother. He was still as lovey-dovey as usual in front of her. Instantly, her body turned cold. She once adored and worshipped her father, but now, she only felt disgusted. These days came to an end when she moved up a level. She no longer had to watch her parents act in front of her. He spent more and more time away from home. High school, university. University was quite interesting. She had a lot of pursuers. Every day, people would try different ways to please her. However, every time she saw those men standing in front of her with flowers in their hands, it reminded her of her father standing in front of her mother with roses in his hands. It was disgusting. She rejected them again and again, and gradually, no one continued to pursue her. After graduation, she did not choose the path her father had paved for her. Instead, she accidentally entered the entertainment industry and became an agent. No one was willing to be signed by her. It took a few years for Susani to appear. A mediocre agent and a mediocre actress. Alright, she would just deal with them like this for the rest of her life. However, what she didn't expect was that this actress really had her own way. She was very arrogant and domineering. She was famous in the industry, and no one liked her. Anya quite liked her. She was much better than those celebrities in the industry who appeared to be friendly on the surface but were secretly scheming against each other. Although she didn't earn much from being Susani's agent, she didn't think of being an agent to support herself. Later on, she accompanied an assistant director to a university for a casting call. The young man was full of sunshine and hormones. She couldn't stop herself. It had been a long time since she had seen such a sunny and innocent young man. She found it very interesting and stared at one of the handsome boys for a long time. When she left the university, a piece of paper with a phone number written on it was handed to her. Xianxia, this is my phone number. The meaning of the phone number was self-evident. It was the boy she had been staring at for a long time. The boy was sunny and handsome. He was tall and not skinny. He was young and was at the age where his skin could be pinched. However, the ambition in his eyes was not small. Anya thought about it for 2 days. In the parking lot of a shopping mall, she saw her mother hugging a handsome stranger. They didn't interfere with each other and didn't disturb each other. She thought that in this marriage between her father and mother, her mother was the weaker party and was the one who had been let down. She didn't expect that they were evenly matched. It was as if she had been enlightened. Anya didn't greet them. She even avoided them and turned to leave. Then, she smiled and called the boy from the Film and Television Academy and gave him the address. Later on, the boy naturally became her little boyfriend, and she gave him what he wanted. They each took what they needed and each had their own needs. No one owed anyone anything. It was pretty good. This pattern continued for a long time. Gradually, the number of little boyfriends she had dated increased. Fortunately, the little boyfriends she dated were all easy to deal with. Until she met the famous agent in the industry, Luo Jia, on the set of Phoenix Road. This man was rich and famous. Countless celebrities had been under his care. The most popular one was undoubtedly the popular actor Han Xiao. The two of them had been partners for more than 10 years and hadn't broken up yet. Some people said that he was gay and his partner was Han Xiao. Otherwise, why would he treat Han Xiao like his boyfriend for so many years? Anya felt that he had never had a girlfriend and always surrounded Han Xiao. Therefore, she never thought that she would be able to gain Luo Jia's favor. Do you want to try playing with me? In the corridor of the hotel, Luo Jia, that bastard, pressed her down and asked her this. Play? Anya sneered. As long as Luo Jia had some understanding of her and investigated her, it shouldn't be difficult to find out that when she was friendly to those little boys, she would praise them to the heavens. When she wasn't, she treated them worse than wild vegetables by the roadside. You're older than my boyfriend and your skin isn't as good as his. Although your facial features are okay, you'll get tired of looking at a face after a long time. You're rich, but I'm not lacking in money either. I don't like you and I don't want anything from you. I can find all the happiness with my boyfriend. Why should I give up the forest for you? She thought that her words were clear, direct, and ruthless enough. She didn't expect that after Fashion Week, Luo Jia would pursue her fiercely. Every morning, he would wait for her downstairs. Every night, he would wait for her downstairs at the company. He would send her gifts, flowers, and small surprises every day. When she couldn't stand it anymore and appeared in front of him with her little boyfriend, Luo Jia, that bastard, actually started with her boyfriend. Not only did he hit him, but he also spread the word that Anya was his woman. If anyone dared to hook up with Anya, they would be going against him, Luo Jia. Luo Jia had been in the industry for more than 10 years and had handled so many popular stars. He could be considered a gold medal manager with a lot of resources and connections. No one dared to go against him in public. Therefore, Anya, who was always accompanied by little fresh meat every day, fell into a period of boredom. She called him on WeChat to look for him. Her once sweet boyfriend now treated her as a scourge and everyone avoided her. Bastard. In the bar, Anya sat in a booth and looked at the crazy crowd around her. She raised her head and downed her drink in one gulp. She always felt that Luo Jia and she should be the same kind of person, so she really couldn't understand why someone like Luo Jia, who had a lot of resources in his hands, would hang himself on a tree like her. Those beautiful women around Luo Jia made her heart flutter. How could Luo Jia be indifferent? If it was her, she couldn't. Perhaps this was the fundamental difference between her and Luo Jia. They weren't the same kind of people, so why should they walk the same path? Even if they were in love, they probably wouldn't be together in the end. Why bother? She was drunk. Lying in the booth and looking at the bright ceiling, her body was getting hotter and hotter. It wasn't the first time she drank, so Anya was very clear about her body's reaction. She actually fell for it in her friend's bar, which bastard didn't have eyes and actually dared to play with Anya Jia. A handsome little guy squeezed through the crowd and came over. He sat beside her and leaned close to her ear intimately and ambiguously. My name is Lu Xiao, what's your name? He went straight to the point. Anya tilted her head and looked at him with a smile. She raised her hand and slapped him. The little guy was immediately furious. Do you know who I am? How dare you hit me? I came over because I saw that you're not bad looking. I gave you face, but you don't want it? Anya's head was very dizzy and her body was hot. Her mood was extremely irritated by the noise around her. She just wanted to vent, but someone came knocking on her door. She grabbed the wine bottle in front of her and smashed it on his head. Bang, the little guy was at a loss. When he came back to his senses, he was about to hit Anya, but someone grabbed his wrist tightly. He turned around. Under the dark lights, he couldn't see the face of the person for a moment. He only felt that the hand grabbing his wrist was exceptionally strong. Just as he was about to shout his father's name, he was thrown to the right by the man and was grabbed by 3 or 4 other men. You dare to hit me? Do you know who my father is? Then hit him until his father can't recognize him. After an extremely cold voice, he was indeed beaten until his father couldn't recognize him. Looking at the drunk woman in the booth, Luo Jia sighed. He bent over and supported her. He wanted to pull her up from the booth, but he didn't expect that the moment his hand touched her, Anya slapped him fiercely. This slap was truly an unexpected calamity. Luo Jia was stunned on the spot. Not only was he stunned, but his friends around him were also stunned. They had heard of Anya's reputation long ago. They also knew that Luo Jia had been chasing her recently. Not only was he difficult to chase, but he was also so irritable. This person was difficult to deal with. They really didn't know what Luo Jia was after. Luo Jia knew in his heart what he was after, so he didn't argue with Anya. He bent over and helped her up. He didn't know her home address, so he simply booked a room for her in a nearby hotel. After being drunk, Anya was very restless. She couldn't stand stably with Luo Jia's help. She directly hugged him and wanted to hang her hands and feet on Luo Jia's body. Her eyes were confused and her face was red. The gentleness in her eyes after being drunk seemed to be real. He had never seen Anya like this before. Several of his friends followed him and shouted, "Sister-in-law and brother Luo," to kiss her. Luo Jia suppressed them with a look and picked her up horizontally. It was already difficult for him to control himself with a beauty in his arms. This woman was still rubbing against him in his arms. Luo Jia only felt that his lifelong endurance was on Anya. He was thinking that when she sobered up, he would have to settle the score with her for what she owed him tonight. It was not easy to put her in the car. When he unfastened the seat belt, he was caught off guard and was deeply immersed in tenderness. He was kissed in the face and his mind went blank. He was not a man if he could hold himself back in this situation. But he was not a man if he could not hold himself back in this situation. Luo Jia hesitated for a few seconds between being a man and being a man. In the end, he pushed Anya away and chose to be a man. He had to be a man before being a man. Anya was destined to be his. He was not in a hurry. On the way to the hotel, Luo Jia drove with one hand and stopped Anya from tearing at him with the other. When they arrived at the hotel, he was in a mess. He was holding a dizzy woman who was drunk from time to time. The hotel staff could not help but take a few more glances at him. The walkie-talkie in his hand was ready to take him down at any time. On the way upstairs with the waiter, perhaps it was too stuffy in the elevator, Anya touched him up and down as soon as they got out of the elevator. The staff finally let down their guard and gave Luo Jia a look that said "I understand" and left with a smile. Luo Jia surrendered with both hands. He still let Anya do whatever she wanted. He thought about the possibility that Anya would cut him into pieces if she woke up. He looked around and saw the surveillance camera above. He pointed at Anya with both hands and spread his hands, indicating that it had nothing to do with him. With the surveillance camera as evidence, even if Anya woke up, it had nothing to do with him. Okay, let's go to the room and have a good rest." Before he finished speaking, Luo Jia sensed that Anya was leaning toward him. The fragrance was getting stronger. Luo Jia swallowed. He only felt that his whole body was buzzing. His blood was flowing backward and his heart was pounding uncontrollably. He was a gentleman. What kind of gentleman was Luo Jia? In this situation, he did not even want to be a man. "Since you treat me as a man, then I won't be a man tonight." Luo Jia held Anya in his arms and opened the door of the opposite room. Needless to say, Luo Jia felt that he could die without regrets every time he thought about the experience of that night. In this life, for Anya, not to mention his life, even his entire being belonged to Anya. When he woke up the next day, Anya really wanted to kill him and his life. "You. Don't be agitated, I can explain." Luo Jia fled in a panic. He hastily put on the nightgown on the bed. The curtains were not open, and the whole room was in a dizzying fog. A vase was smashed to pieces at his feet. Anya gritted her teeth and looked at him. She wanted to bite off a piece of meat from him. Last night, Anya's face was expressionless. Her eyes shuttled back and forth in the room before finally landing on the fruit knife beside the fruit plate on the table. At the same time, Luo Jia also looked at the saber. Although it would be romantic to die under a peony, he felt that it was good to be a man. Being Anya's man was even better. He had to be a person and a man. So he quickly snatched the fruit knife from Anya's hand and explained, "Listen to me, last night was really a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Anya's legs were still weak. After suffering such a big shock early in the morning, she calmed down a little and was so angry that she couldn't stand steadily. Especially the physical discomfort, which seriously stimulated her. If Luo Jia hadn't reacted quickly, the saber would have been in her hand. If Luo Jia hadn't been so quick, she would have killed him or her. Gen Z, bastard, how could a man feel wronged after sleeping with her? "It's true," Luo Jia tried to explain, "last night, you were drunk in the bar, and I kindly sent you to the hotel. If I had any bad intentions towards you, I would have been single for the rest of my life. There are surveillance cameras in the car and in the hotel as evidence. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance cameras and see if I'm lying." Perhaps it was because Luo Jia's words were too sincere, or perhaps it was because Anya was not feeling well, but after hearing what he said, Anya stood there quietly without moving. She only stared at him with a pair of murderous eyes. Time seemed to stand still. The one who slept with her was even more embarrassed than the one who slept with her. Luo Jia's back was soaked with cold sweat, and the silk nightgown slipped from his shoulders. "I'm sorry." Luo Jia reached out to put on the nightgown, and stared at Anya with burning eyes, for fear that she would overreact. Anya's face turned from white to green and then to red. Just when Luo Jia thought that she would be angry and die with him, Anya gritted her teeth and turned around. She put on her clothes and left without looking back. After so many days, Anya was still angry when it came to what happened that night. However, she had no one to vent her anger on. She had watched the surveillance footage from that night, and Luo Jia was right. From the bar to the car and then to the corridor of the hotel, she was the one who had forced herself on Luo Jia. In other words, she was the one who had lost her virginity that night. Was she crying and demanding to be responsible for such a small matter? She, Anya, was not such a childish person. As a woman who was dissolute in love, Anya did not care about this kind of thing at all. She did not fucking care at all, but Luo Jia did not think so. He only knew that he was a man who took advantage of the woman he loved. His pursuit became more and more fierce. After Luo Jia's continuous strong attacks, Anya finally could not help but say those words in the lounge after Luo Jia came. Luo Jia, we're all adults. Can't you be more mature? It's just having sex. You want to be responsible for me. Did I ask you to be responsible? Yes, I was drunk that day. I also saw the surveillance video. I took the initiative, but I never asked you to be responsible. Just treat it as a night of spring. I think you won't lose out, right? Didn't you ask me before if I wanted to play with you? Now that I played with you, to be honest, it's not bad. Among all the boyfriends I've dated, you're in the top 5. But please be clear, even if I have sex with you, our relationship is limited to this. I won't pester you to be responsible, and you don't have to explain to me. Even if we have sex, when we put on pants, you're still you, and I'm still me. In the future, we'll still be the same as before. We're just acquaintances by chance. Don't be so sincere. I won't get married, and I'll never accept your love. I hope you can change your target as soon as possible. Don't waste too much time on me. Your likes and pursuits make me feel disgusted. There was no room for negotiation at all in these words. Perhaps these words were too clear and too resolute. Luo Jia came to his senses and stopped pursuing Anya. For a long time after that, the two ace managers did not appear in the same frame. Everything seemed to be back on track as the little fresh meats gathered around Anya once again. A little fresh meat with the surname Li was only 18 years old. He was just in his first year of university, but he was like an experienced player who was chasing after Anya relentlessly. He was childish, stubborn, and extremely difficult to deal with. Anya had never dated such a young little fresh meat. Seeing that he had just come of age, she could not bear to do it. However, that little fresh meat was quite good at it. He did not chase after Anya with flowers and gifts like other guys. Instead, he pestered Anya and brought her to experience youth. Today, they went to the arcade. Tomorrow, they would eat cotton candy. The day after, he would wear his canvas shoes and school uniform and bring Anya to the school cafeteria for lunch. They would watch him play basketball and get her to bring him water. A group of girls around the basketball court each had a bottle of water, but he only took Anya's water. Anya rolled her eyes and said that it was boring. Her face was full of disdain, but it did not end there. However, gradually, Anya could not handle it. This little fresh meat was really too clingy. No matter what happened, he liked to share it with Anya. If Anya did not reply to his message within 10 minutes, he would definitely call her. Due to the nature of Anya's work, it was inevitable that she would come into contact with other male artists and some little fresh meats from art schools. Every time she walked with other boys, the little fresh meat wanted to eat a jar of vinegar. He was extremely possessive and did not allow Anya to fool around outside. After a long time, even Director Chen, who often worked with her, laughed and teased her. Anya, your little boyfriend didn't come to pick you up today? Anya's reputation in this industry was known to everyone. Most of the people who were close to her were just teasing her out of goodwill and did not have much ill intent. She immediately smiled and said, "My little boyfriend is still in school. Rushing to get married? Do I look like someone who is going to get married now? Since you're not rushing to get married, as an old friend, I have to remind you that your boyfriend is much more powerful than your previous boyfriend. You have to be careful." The smile on Anya's face faded a little. How could she not be able to see something that others could see? Compared to the little fresh meats that she had dated before, he had indeed gone too far. At the beginning of the relationship, they had clearly said that it was just for fun. However, this little fresh meat's possessiveness had exceeded the scope of the agreement. Before Anya could speak, in the parking lot, a figure rushed out from the right rear. Before they could react, the figure rushed recklessly towards Director Chen in front of Anya. He grabbed Director Chen's collar and punched him on the nose. With a bang, Director Chen fell to the ground with a muffled sound. He covered the bridge of his nose and did not stand up for a long time. Anya was shocked. She grabbed the person who wanted to go up and hit him and said angrily, "What are you doing?" The little fresh meat was young and full of vigor. Similarly, his face was filled with anger. Being grabbed by the arm, he turned and glared at Anya. "I heard everything just now. This person is trying to sow discord between us. You should understand that, right? Shouldn't someone like this be hit?" Her deep frown made Anya choke. She swallowed all the words that she wanted to say. Her expression instantly turned cold as she looked at the little kid in front of her coldly. The little fresh meat was rash and wanted to hit him again. However, he was intimidated by Anya's expression and did not move for a moment. Director Chen got up from the ground. He was older and did not want to be calculative about being punched. In the end, he did not say anything. Looking at Anya, he rubbed the corner of his mouth and frowned. "Forget it. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Anya nodded at him. After Director Chen got into the car and left, the little fresh meat said to Anya indignantly, "He's trying to sow discord between us. You shouldn't interact with people like him anymore." "Don't interact with him anymore." Anya let go of his arm and shook her head with a smile. "Let's break up." The little fresh meat obviously did not expect Anya to break up with him. His expression turned from anger to confusion. He looked at Anya with an innocent and harmless expression. His tone was much weaker as he asked, "What did you say?" "I said, let's break up." She did not sound like she wanted to discuss it with him. "You want to break up with me?" "Sister, you're joking with me, right?" Anya's expression was serious. She did not look like she was joking. During this period of time, she had exhausted all her patience with the little fresh meat. Today's farce was like lighting a fire on Anya's head. It seriously interfered with her work and personal life. There was no need to continue this relationship. "You think I'm joking?" Her serious attitude was something that she had never shown in their relationship. With this attitude, no one would suspect that she was joking. The little fresh meat instantly panicked. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have yelled at you just now. In the future, Anya looked at the time on her watch and interrupted him. "All right, that's enough. I still have things to do. That's all for now. Don't contact me if there's nothing important. I'll leave first." With that, she got into her car and drove off. In the rearview mirror, the little fresh meat stood still on the spot. His expression was unreadable as he looked in the direction she left. In the next few days, Anya was prepared to pester him. However, to her surprise, the days that followed were peaceful. The little fresh meat obediently withdrew from her life. Just when Anya thought that her life would return to normal, she received a video and photo of her being intimate with the little fresh meat. There were some that she knew and some that she did not. What she did not know was that the little fresh meat had secretly taken the video. "What do you mean?" The little fresh meat quickly replied, "Sister, do you really want to break up with me?" Anya did not want to talk about breaking up anymore and did not reply. Just when she was about to blacklist him, the little fresh meat sent a long photo over. It was his ID photo. "Sister, are you sure you want to break up with a minor like me?" "Minor?" Anya was slightly stunned. She opened the photo and zoomed in on it. Her gaze landed on his date of birth. "Sister, I'm still 3 months away from turning into an adult." "You're an adult. Isn't it inappropriate for you to play with a minor?" Anya's expression darkened. She slammed her phone on the table. Although she played around, she knew her limits. She never reached out to minors and only dated consenting adults. When it came to benefits and transactions, it did not involve feelings. After so many years in the field of love, she was actually tricked by someone because of her age. Playing with an adult and playing with a minor were two completely different things. The little fresh meat sent another message. "Sister, I'm not trying to use this to threaten you. If you don't break up with me, I'll never tell you about this. Sister, don't blame me. I really want to be with you. As long as you don't break up with me, no one will know about this." Anya looked at the message in silence. After a long time, she replied, "Let me think about it." It was the first time in her life that she was being threatened. In the past, when she was fighting for resources for Cine, she had never given in to the threats and temptations of directors and producers. After being in the entertainment industry for so many years, she had seen all kinds of people. This little fresh meat was really nothing. She was just surprised that the person who threatened her was a minor. The minor who was with her had schemed against her. Although she was surprised, Anya did not feel too troubled. She hated being schemed against the most. Outside her office, an employee received a bouquet of roses and walked past her office door with a smile. A gust of wind blew and she seemed to smell the roses in the room. Anya was in a daze. She did not feign civility or compromise. 2 days later, Anya brought her men to the little fresh meat's residence and resolved the matter in the simplest and most brutal way. But just as she went upstairs, she heard sounds coming from the stairwell. There were warnings, punches and kicks, and suppressed cries of pain. She stood there and listened quietly for a while. She did not push open the door to the stairwell. How did they come and how did they bring them down? She let them go first while she stood in the parking lot and leaned against the car, waiting for them to come down. About 10 minutes later, footsteps could be heard in the parking lot. Anya looked up and looked in the direction of the sound. She saw Luo Jia. Luo Jia, who was walking in front of the group, stopped in his tracks. His startled gaze only lingered on Anya for a second before he turned around and said a few words to the few men behind him. The few tall men got into the car and left first. In less than 5 minutes, only the 2 of them were left in the huge parking lot. What were you doing just now? Luo Jia raised his eyebrows and smiled. Your little boyfriend doesn't know what's good for him. I helped you teach him a lesson. Why? Are you angry? Do I need you to meddle in my affairs? Luo Jia was silent for a moment before he said, I've been bored recently. Just take it that I'm meddling in other people's business. The 2 of them looked at each other and the entire parking lot was eerily quiet. Luo Jia thought that Anya would say something, even if it was something sarcastic, but she did not say anything. She turned around, opened the car door, and left. Luo Jia wanted to call out to her, but his feet seemed to be nailed and his mouth seemed to be glued. He could neither move nor speak until Anya's car disappeared from his sight. He then lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Meddling in other people's business. It was very windy at night. Anya drove on the busy road. This road was the way home. Countless lights fell on the side of the road. She lowered the window to face the wind and listened to the roar of the car. She wanted to go home and tell her mother that there was a boy who treated her very well. She wanted her mother to see if this man was worth entrusting her life to. She drove slowly into the underground parking lot. Before she parked in the parking lot of her house, she saw a couple in an adjacent car. Anya felt that the woman looked familiar. She slowed down the car and saw clearly from the car window that the woman was her mother, whom she had not seen for more than 2 months. As for the man, he was a stranger. She instinctively stepped on the brakes and the car stopped in front of the 2 of them. The mother in the car heard the noise and looked over. Her eyes met with Anya's in the car. But strangely, Anya's mother looked calm. She was not ashamed at being caught red-handed by her own daughter. She even calmly got out of the car and walked to Anya's car window, gesturing for her to lower the window. Anya gripped the steering wheel tightly. Taking a deep breath, she lowered the window. She said, everyone has their own way of life. This is the way we live as a couple. Anya smiled and asked her, so, no one is sorry to the other? Her mother was young and beautiful. She was as gentle as ever. No one is sorry to the other. There is no law that says that marriage must be because of love. When she was young, Anya always felt that her father had cheated on her mother. All along, she had been disgusted by her father and this kind of hypocritical marriage. But now, the naked scene in front of her told her that this marriage was consensual. No one was sorry to the other. It was very equal. The car started. The tires left a deep imprint on the ground. The ear-piercing sound of the engine reverberated through the entire underground parking lot. Anya fled from that place as if she was fleeing. She thought of the reason why she was going home this time. It was like a joke. The hatred she had for her father all those years also seemed like a joke. She drove recklessly on the empty road. This was the suburbs. There were not many people. Under the starry sky, she stepped on the accelerator. The entire empty road came to an end. However, she did not slow down. She retreated like a phantom in the rearview mirror. When she approached the warning sign at the end of the road, she slammed on the brakes. White smoke rose from the friction between the tires and the asphalt. The ear-piercing sound was deafening. However, the car stopped steadily in front of the warning sign. Anya did not feel frightened. She leaned back on the seat calmly and looked ahead with an indifferent expression. The empty suburbs were not quiet at all. This was because there was a car following closely behind her. It braked suddenly and stopped beside Anya. The car got out and hammered on Anya's car window. The car trembled. Anya looked up and saw Luo Jia's frightened face outside the car window. "What are you doing? Do you want to die? Get out. What are you laughing at? Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Isn't it just a little fresh meat?" As for him. Before Luo Jia could finish his words, Anya, who got out of the car, grabbed his tie and kissed him. Luo Jia was caught off guard and was pressed against the car by Anya. Their lips and teeth intertwined. He could only be passive. He could not do anything to Anya. The person who fell in love first had already lost. "You want to play with me?" "Play with what?" Luo Jia looked at Anya while being pressed against the car. "Look, I'm not bad looking, much better than those little fresh meats. Most importantly, I won't scheme against you like those little fresh meats. I won't be like those little fresh meats who need something from you. On the contrary, I can give you what you want." Anya looked at him seriously. "You said that you can give me what I want. What can you give me?" Luo Jia thought carefully. "Resources." Anya burst out laughing. "I need those? Then what do you need? As long as you say it, I'll do it. I want you to say that you love me." Luo Jia did not seem to understand what she was saying. He looked at her blankly. "What did you say?" "I want you to say that you love me. I want you to say that you love me for the rest of your life." Luo Jia's throat twitched. His body, which was pressed against the car, straightened up involuntarily. "I love you. I love you. Anya, I love you. I'll love you for the rest of my life." Anya asked him, "Even if I have so many pasts?" "Yes, even if you have so many pasts." Anya looked into his eyes. She saw herself in his dark eyes and the promise that they had made. "If you lie to me, then I'll die a horrible death." She tightened her grip on Luo Jia's tie. Anya's heart trembled. "Okay. The person who fell in love first has already lost. But fortunately, I didn't lose everything. In the end, I won you back." Anya x Luo Jia ending narration, introduction. Jiang Hui had always thought of himself as a lucky person. He had a happy family, a gentle and kind mother, a strict but earnest father, and a lively and adorable younger brother. That was what he thought until he was 24 years old. However, in that zodiac year, everything changed. At first, it was because of his younger brother's car accident. The hospital found out that his blood type was wrong. Later, a paternity test proved that Jiang Yan and his father were not biological father and son. In other words, his mother had betrayed his father. Although his gentle mother only had eyes for his father, all familial love became extremely fragile in the face of the paternity test. That year, his mother left home with his younger brother. Rather than leaving, it was more like they were chased out of the Jiang family. Jiangqing did not allow a woman who had betrayed him to live with an unknown bastard in the Jiang family. Although not long ago, he was still lying on the ground, being ridden by his son to appease his anger. His mother was a weak woman. She did not know how to rely on his father. It was said that her life was very difficult after leaving the Jiang family with his younger brother. He would occasionally help her, but after his father found out, his mother lost even more. In those 2 years, Jiang Hui had been thinking about whether blood or family was more important. If blood was so important, then what was all these years? If family was important, then what was the present? 2 years later, he heard that his mother had passed away. His younger brother had sold everything to settle his mother's funeral. He went to take a look. Perhaps it was because she could not bear the strain or because she had been holding a grudge for the past 2 years, but the young and gentle woman from 2 years ago had become haggard for 10 years. His younger brother had also changed from a lively and smart boy to a man of few words. 2 years ago, a warm and happy family had fallen apart just like that. When he told his father about his mother's death, Xianxia did not react. His hand did not even tremble when he signed the contract. Xianxia could not remember how he felt when he left the house. He just did not want to stay in that cold house for another night. After getting drunk, he pushed open the door of the hotel room in a daze. There seemed to be someone on the bed. Perhaps it was one of his subordinates. He did not care. After a night of absurdity, he saw the woman on the bed clearly. The mottled blood indicated that he had taken her first night. Xianxia remembered this woman. Her name was Su Weiyin, and she was a celebrity. After the hangover, he had a splitting headache. He put on his clothes and left. He treated it as a one-night stand and did not take it to heart. That was until he saw a piece of news. Someone took a hospital to court because the hospital's paternity test report was wrong. Xianxia was enlightened. He found his younger brother and did another paternity test. The paternity test showed that they were father and son. However, he wasn't agitated at all. He calmly delivered the report to Xianxia's desk and turned to leave. In the same way that he had chased his brother and mother out, he would bring them back now. 2 years later, another 4 years passed. To this day, Xianxia was unwilling to recall that period of time. "Boss, the school will be over soon. There will probably be some traffic on the road. Do you want to stay a little longer?" Xianxia sat in the back seat and looked at the school gate. Stay a little longer. This was a famous primary school in the city. Those who could enter were either rich or respectable. More and more parents came to pick up their children at the school gate. The school bell rang and the school gate opened. Many children carried their school bags and skipped out. The crowd gradually dispersed. In the empty school, a little boy carried his school bag and walked out unhurriedly. A woman wearing sunglasses got out of a car parked by the roadside. The little boy skipped to the woman's side. "Mom, have you found Dad?" The woman paused for a moment. "Not yet." The little boy answered disappointedly. "But tomorrow is a holiday. Mom can accompany you wherever you want to play." The little boy did not answer. He was obviously not interested. Xianxia's gaze was fixed on the woman and the little boy. That was Su Weiyin and her son. He couldn't help but think of the question he had pondered 10 years ago. Was blood more important or family more important? "Boss, are we leaving?" Xianxia retracted his gaze. "Let's go." The car started slowly. The moment he brushed past Su Weiyin, she seemed to have sensed something. She looked up and coincidentally met Xianxia's eyes. All these years, she had not been in contact with Xianxia. 4 to 5 years ago, it was just a fleeting relationship to her. But 4 to 5 years later, suddenly, she seemed to have understood a lot of things. She understood why Xianxia would appear here. She understood that her growing son was looking more and more alike. Not allowing her to pause for a moment, she shook off the child's hand and chased after him. "Xianxia." The driver saw Su Weiyin through the rearview mirror and looked at Xianxia. "Boss, do we need to stop the car?" Xianxia did not speak. If he didn't speak, the driver couldn't stop. Su Weiyin kept chasing from behind. When the car turned a corner, she was already in despair. She did not expect to find the car parked there when she turned the corner. She chased after him, panting. Her hands clung tightly to the slowly lowered car window. "Xianxia, you're my child's father, right? That night in the hotel more than 10 years ago, that person was you, right?" Xianxia, who was sitting in the back seat, did not speak. Su Weiyin shouted agitatedly, "You speak? Why aren't you speaking? If it's not you, why are you here? If it's not you, why is my son looking more and more like you?" Xianxia turned to look at her. "Su Weiyin, I gave you a chance, but you didn't grasp it even once. The son I acknowledge is my son. Those I don't acknowledge will never be my son." Hearing this heartless sentence, Su Weiyin laughed instead of being angry. She said with certainty, "So, you are indeed my son's biological father." "Are you my father?" A clear voice sounded. Su Weiyin was stunned. She turned to look at the child standing at the corner. The corner was very close. Everything could be heard. Jiang Huai did not speak. The little boy walked closer and looked at Jiang Huai. He asked loudly, "You're my father, aren't you? Why won't you admit it?" Jiang Huai finally reacted. He looked at the little boy who resembled him coldly. "When you grow up and stand at the same height as me, you'll have the right to ask me this question." Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai slowly rolled up the car window. "Let's go." The car moved forward slowly. Su Weiyin squatted down and covered her face as she cried. The little boy chased after her and shouted, "One day, I'll stand in front of you. I'll make you regret it." As the car moved further away, the chasing child could no longer be seen in the rearview mirror. Jiang Huai leaned back and gently closed his eyes. "Do you think blood ties are more important or family ties?" The driver did not dare to answer this question. After a while, Jiang Huai smiled. "Both are important." End of Jiang Huai's narration. Extra, Jiang Yan. A flight from abroad to China stopped at the airport. It was already very cold in December. Jiang Yan got off the plane in full gear and walked out with the crowd. He was confused by the yellow-skinned people who spoke Chinese. It had been 5 years since he left the country. He had just gotten used to living with different skin colors and languages abroad, but now he was back in China. He didn't tell anyone that he was coming back. He quietly dragged his luggage back to the house he used to live in with his mother. The house was the same as it was 5 years ago. The furniture was still spotless. Beside his mother's picture, there was his father's picture. Jiang Yan stood in front of the two pictures for a moment, then he changed into a suit and headed to the hotel. This time, he came back on the day of Anya and Luo Jie's wedding. Anya took care of him when he was in Susani's studio. He couldn't not attend Anya's wedding. In fact, Jiang Yan didn't know whether he wanted to attend Anya's wedding or take advantage of Anya's wedding to see Susani from afar. When he was abroad, he occasionally saw Susani's news on the internet. The movie box office, the title of Best Actress, or The Family of 3 Going on a Vacation. All of her news was tied to Yang, her son, her family, and the Yi clan. As long as her name appeared, Yang's name would appear. Over time, he didn't like to see Susani's news anymore. The last time he saw Susani's news seemed to be 2 years ago. At that time, she won the Best Actress title. The car stopped at the entrance of the hotel. The wedding was grand. Luo Jie took out his family's money to give Anya a grand wedding. The entire hotel was booked and the lights were as bright as day. Jiang Yan entered the venue easily. The bride didn't show up. The groom walked through the crowd with a smile. He held a glass of wine and sat silently in the corner. He looked around and saw unfamiliar faces. The entertainment industry changed quickly. In the past 5 years, many popular stars had fallen and were replaced by many unknown artists. With the passage of time, not many people still remember the name Jiang Yan. After finishing a glass of wine, he was about to get up when someone tugged on his trousers. Jiang Yan looked down and saw a child's hand grabbing his trousers. A child, whose child was it at the wedding? He lifted the tablecloth that covered the table, and a 4 or 5-year-old child stared at him with a pair of big, beautiful eyes. The child put his index finger to his lips and made a shushing sound at him in a serious manner. That pair of eyes were so beautiful that he only needed one look to know whose child it was. "Brother, don't talk. Sit down, sit down. Don't let anyone see you. Why are you here?" The child, who didn't even reach the table, was wearing a small suit. He squatted under the table and pouted. "I came with my mother. She said that my father would come later, but I don't want to see him." "Why not?" Last night I asked my mother to tell me a story. She was too tired and fell asleep on my bed. My father got angry and spanked me. So I got angry too. I don't want to see him." Jiang Yan couldn't help but smile. "Why was your father angry?" The child thought for a moment and said in annoyance, "Because I made my mother tired. But I've apologized." He still wanted to spank me. Your father is very good to your mother? The child nodded. Yes. Then he added, but not as good as me to my mother. I'm the best person in the world to my mother. Chen. An anxious voice called out from the noisy crowd. Jiang Yan's heart tightened. The child heard the voice and said, Brother, I'm leaving. Don't tell anyone that you've seen me. Then he went out from the other side of the table, thinking that he wouldn't attract attention. But his small figure had already attracted the attention of the person who was looking for him. He frowned. Chen. Mom will get angry if you don't come. The child squeezed himself into another table. Susani went forward. She didn't lift the tablecloth. Instead, she sat at the table and said deliberately, Some children are so timid. They don't dare to see anyone after being spanked by their father. They even say that they are a man and want to protect their mother. If their father bullies their mother, how can a little man protect his mother? As soon as she said that, the child came out from under the table and stood in front of Susani with his head held high. Who said I'm afraid of my father? I'm just angry. I don't want to see him until I'm not angry anymore. Mom, don't worry. If Dad dares to bully you, I'll help you. Sunny. Yang came in from the door and saw Susani at a glance. He walked to her side and the child, who was so confident just now, immediately hid behind Susani. Sunny smiled and touched the child's head. She looked up at Yang. Why are you so late? I had something to do at the company. Then he glanced at Chen, who was hiding behind Sunny. He only made one sound with one look. Yes? Chen looked like a deflated ball. He came out from behind Sunny with his head down. Dad. The strict father didn't care if he would scare the child. He frowned and said in a deep voice, What were you talking about? The child looked at Sunny and begged for help with his pitiful eyes. Susani's heart softened. She pulled the child into her arms and said, Nothing much. He just said when you would take him skiing. The child's eyes lit up. He looked at Yang and said, Really, Dad? Are you taking me skiing? Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Susani without saying a word. The child forgot all his fears when he heard about skiing. He came out from Sunny's arms and grabbed Yang's hand. He looked up and asked, Dad, when are we going skiing? I want to go, I want to go. Sunny gave him a look that said, Hurry up and coax. Your son. Yang held Chen in his arms and said, If you're a good boy, we'll go tomorrow. Really? Then I'll be a good boy. Susani got up and held Yang's arm as they walked towards the backstage of the hotel. It wasn't until the three of them disappeared from the lobby that Jiang Yan, who was hiding in the dark, came out. Before going abroad, he had said to Susani, I will study hard, work hard to become an outstanding person, and grow up quickly. When I grow up, if Yang doesn't treat you well, or if you don't like Yang, will you think of me? She didn't expect him. That was good. At least it proved that she was happy now. Happiness was enough. Jiang Yan's narration ends. Happy New Year to everyone in advance. Extra, little A had always thought that it was a wise and experienced system, and that there was nothing it could not solve. It would never admit that it had failed miserably this time, but it had to admit that Susani was really the most difficult host it had ever taken care of. First, in order to survive, you can start to endure humiliation from now on and work hard to wash away your vicious image in everyone's eyes. Let everyone accept you, let Yang truly fall in love with you, and use the truth, kindness, and beauty of the world to get rid of the fate of being a vicious supporting female character. Yang, 28 years old, third generation rich, worth 10 billion, height 188, size 18. 8, handsome, single, a 1 in a billion eligible bachelor. Secondly, if you have nothing left to lose, you will continue to do bad things according to your character and plot. You will walk the path of an evil female supporting character, but everyone will curse you, and your husband will hate you. You will live with the image of a bad woman until Yang is willing to divorce you. She could get a beautiful love and a perfect man at the same time. Was there a need to do this multiple choice question? She would choose one even if she was beaten to death, okay, but Susani, this stubborn woman, had to choose the second. If the vicious supporting female character did not collapse, she would play it for 2 years. Little A often felt that she was done for and thought about life late at night. The path of the system was about to be destroyed. But fortunately, it was wise and omnipotent. Susani was such a lovely woman, how could she not let others see and hear her lovely side? The most important thing between husband and wife was to understand each other. Since Yang knew little about Sini, it was better to let him hear Sini's inner thoughts. In fact, she was very cute, simple, and not bad. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss such a woman? At the beginning, Susani scolded Yang to the point that it doubted its life and almost caused its data to go haywire. Everything went smoothly. When the matter was done, she left with a flick of her sleeve, hiding her achievements and fame. My name is Little A, an emotionless system. Let me see who is so lucky to be my next host. Happy New Year to everyone in advance. A new article will be published soon. If you are interested, you can click on the author's column. Overbearing CEOs don't deserve love. Thank you for your company. We'll meet again if fate wills it. End of chapter 92. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.